Institute. And we are just so proud of the work that you have done in the past couple of years. You know, the Georgetown motto, you know, as you know, is law is but the means, justice is the end. And the Workers' Rights Institute, you know, at this critical moment, has really brought such great leadership and, you know, embodies our motto, law is but the means, justice is the end. So, you know, I just want to, again, thank you, Mark, for what you are doing. And, you know, thank you for the Workers' Rights Institute for the invaluable work that, you know, that you are doing today. You know, we're so proud to be co-sponsoring this event. And I'm really privileged to be able to introduce, you know, Congressman Bobby Scott, you know, who's going to be our featured speaker. He's a graduate of Harvard and Boston College Law School, and has made such a profound influence in his work in the House. So, Congressman Scott, you know, we're delighted that we're able to introduce you and welcome you to this great program, and I look forward to your address. Congressman Scott.
Well, thank you very much, Dean Traynor, for your very kind introduction. And I want to thank the Minnesota Law School and the Workers' Rights Institute, Building One America, the NAACP, and all the organizations that helped organize this year's summit. I also want to recognize Mark Pence for his leadership as a former chair of the National Labor Relations Board and now the executive director of the Workers' Rights Institute. And he had compelling testimony before our committee last May on the need to strengthen labor rights, and that was critical in the passage of the Protect the Right to Organize, the PRO Act. This year's gathering of community leaders could not come at a more urgent time. Across the country, COVID-19 pandemic is highlighting racial disparities throughout our society, from disproportionate health impacts of the virus to the inequities in access to remote education. But to meaningfully close these gaps, we must look beyond the pandemic. As you know, COVID-19 didn't cause the disparities. It has exacerbated existing disparities of underserved communities of color, particularly in the African-American community. For generations, state, federal, local governments have allowed or even contributed to many of these injustices. Accordingly, we have the responsibility since well before the pandemic to be part of the solution. That's why the Committee on Education and Labor, which I chair, is working hard to confront the roots of the inequities in our job market, workplaces, schools, and healthcare system. The first thing, obviously, we need to do that the committee has done to reduce the wage gap is to increase wages for those at the bottom. And that's why the House passed the Raise the Wage Act to increase the minimum wage gradually to $15 an hour by 2025. The higher education has also been the key to better jobs, and that's why the committee reported the College Affordability Act to make sure that everybody can afford college. That's how it was when the Higher Education Act passed, and President Johnson said that it meant that every student in every state could apply to any college or university and not be turned away because the family is poor. Well, that's not the case now. You have to take on crushing debt to be able to go to college, and the College Affordability Act will reverse that trend. And although we didn't, although it's not within our jurisdiction, home ownership is a key to dealing with wealth disparities because that's where most middle-class families get their wealth gradually, and it's also generational wealth because it's inherited generation after generation. And so we have to reverse some of the discriminatory policies that are allowed to exist over the decades and make sure that everyone has an opportunity to buy and own their own home. We also have to preserve equality by making sure we enforce and strengthen anti-discrimination laws. And the committee has passed and the House has passed several bills, the Paycheck Fairness Act to make sure that for women, the Pregnancy Protection Act, and the Equality Act for the LGBTQ community. We know that we have to fight discrimination everywhere. Martin Luther King said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Well, discrimination anywhere is an invitation for discrimination everywhere. So we have to make sure we're fighting discrimination to make sure they're equal opportunities. To support Black workers and workers of color, the committee passed legislation to strengthen workers' rights, particularly the right to organize. Throughout our history, the labor movement and the struggle for racial equality have been inextricably linked. With the United States pending entry in World War II, A. Philip Randolph led the March on Washington movement to demand equal opportunity for Blacks in the defense industry. Because of his leadership, President Roosevelt signed Executive Order 8802 in 1941, the first ever presidential action to prohibit employment discrimination by private employers operating federal contracts. In fact, in short, federal contractors in receipt of federal dollars were barred from discriminating on the basis of race, religion, color, or national origin. In other words, organized labor has been partnered with civil rights organizers for all workers to achieve better, higher pay, better benefits, safer working conditions, and the ability to work and retire with dignity. In fact, the 1963 March on Washington was the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, and unions obviously were very much involved. Today, union members of color have almost 5 times the median wealth as non-union counterparts, and about 2/3 of the workers covered by union contracts today are women, people of color, or both. But Black workers specifically, collective bargaining agreements can eliminate the racial income gap, because in a union contract, everybody gets paid equal pay for equal work. Simply put, strong collective bargaining means strong civil rights. Unfortunately, persistent attacks on unions have weakened our core labor laws, eroding union membership and fueling the nation's income inequality. That's why the House came together in February to pass the PRO Act, the most comprehensive legislation in recent history to protect workers' collective bargaining rights. Ensuring that workers can decide whether to form a union without employer interference is essential, because democracy in the workplace should be a right, not a fight. House Democrats have also introduced the Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act, a strong response to the 2018 Janus versus Asprey decision, which prohibited fair share fees in the public sector. This decision undermined unionizing in the public sector among public sector workers by essentially making right to work the law in every state. Now, Congress cannot overturn the Supreme Court decision in Janus, but this bill works to provide workers in every state the freedom to negotiate with their employers. We were scheduled to take up this bill. Unfortunately, the House essentially suspended all committee consideration of bills unrelated to COVID-19. And when we get back to doing our work, that bill will be one of those that we'll take up. In K through 12 education, the committee is working to close a persistent academic achievement gap. Last April, we began work regarding the unfinished business to eliminate racial segregation in education, 65 years after Brown v. Board of Education. The GAO found that segregation in public schools today is as bad as it was in the 1960s and getting worse. And we know that separate schools have never been equal. Recently, the committee Democrats have been focused on ensuring that we do something about segregated schools. We passed 2 bills. One, the Equity and Inclusion, we reported 2 bills, Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act, which establishes a private right of action to bring for people in localities to bring lawsuits challenging practices or policies that have a racially disparate impact. Because of a lawsuit Supreme Court decision about 20 years ago, these suits can now only be brought by the Department of Education, and the department is not bringing such cases. The Strength and Diversity Act is a grant program to school districts who want to voluntarily develop school integration plans. As you know, in Louisville, Kentucky, and Seattle, Washington, the Supreme Court set aside voluntary plans as being unconstitutional. You can do them, but this grant program will give the resources and technical assistance so that you do them right, so that you can overcome Supreme Court challenges. And to confront the pandemic, the House has also passed more than $200 billion in emergency education funding. This includes funding to address extreme inequality in our nation's school infrastructure, which I originally proposed in the Rebuild America School Act in January. We've also passed $1 trillion in relief to state and local governments in the HEROES Act, which is pending in the Senate now to preserve funding for public education. Without relief to state and local governments, they will be forced to make painful cuts to education to balance their budgets. In the pending Senate bill, there is no funding for state and local grants, state and local governments. And you're going to find that the state and local governments will have to cut their budgets, and the little money that there is for education in the Senate bill will only partially offset the massive cuts to education required by state and local governments to balance their budgets. And finally, to expand equitable access to health care, the committee is working to protect and strengthen the Affordable Care Act. This landmark legislation expanded access to health care for tens of millions of Americans and reduced the share of Black Americans without health coverage by at least a third. Unfortunately, the ACA has consistently been under attack by Republicans and this administration. In response, the House Democrats recently passed the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Enhancement Act this past June. This legislation builds on the ACA by lowering the cost of health care, expanding Medicaid, strengthening the protections for patients with pre-existing conditions, and the legislation also shields consumers from short-term health care plans, or what we call junk plans, that actually raise the cost of those with insurance and abandon consumers when they actually need care. These are just a few of the initiatives the committee and House Democrats have undertaken to address the nation's continued legacy of systemic racism. And it can be difficult to be optimistic about these proposals amidst all the chaos in Washington. However, we will continue to confront the pandemic. The House Education and Labor Committee remains committed to our ultimate goal of rooting out racial disparities and achieving equity for all Americans. In that, we all stand firm with our recently departed brother, Congressman John Lewis, and we want to work with you to make good trouble. So thank you all for participating in today's summit and for your good work to realize the promise of liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Representative Scott, can I ask you a question? We've been looking at all of the bill introductions for the last several Congresses, and we've seen your great leadership in civil rights across the board. We've seen your great leadership in trying to overturn the Supreme Court's decision in Alexander versus Sandoval and ensuring Title VI enforcement. In fact, your legislation is the most comprehensive and sweeping and far-reaching. Also, your labor legislation is the most prominent and powerful that's moving forward. So we're honored to have you here. We'd like to have your advice. We're a coalition of civil rights groups and labor groups, and we'd like to fight together for jobs and justice. And we see you as a great leader in those two things, one of the members of Congress that unifies these two areas substantively and powerfully in more ways than almost any other member. So we'd like to ask you, is there a possibility of a group taking some of your bills and putting them together, or creating a way for a coalition of labor and civil rights groups to support what you've done and to respond to what's happening in the country?
If you want to put a group together to help, we'll certainly be more than happy. That'd be great. And we can, depending on different groups, would have different priorities. But all the support we can get, the better, and more people speaking to it. Sometimes some of these bills get introduced, they get discussed in Washington, but nobody ever pays any attention to them outside of that. To have those voices that you have suggested amplify the discussion will go a long way in helping us to get the bills passed. They have strong support in the public.
Yes.
But you get the politics going on, and some people are appealing to, I don't want to be partisan, but the base in the Republican Party, and that's not the majority of the of the country. To the extent that you can amplify this so that everybody hears it, I think it could go a long way in helping many of these bills pass.
So you will continue, you can provide us some advice on this and work with us in trying to help you and create and support legislation that can expand and help the work that you're already doing?
But who's that? Well, who's our contact person?
Well, the Building One America, yeah, it's us. It's Professor Trainer. It's the assembled labor unions that are here. We'd like to work with you. We'd like to support what you're doing and bring the support of all the groups here together under your leadership to do something important for America.
That's music to my ears. We'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your coming. We know you're very busy. It's been a busy time, and we thank you very much for your efforts here and your efforts before this meeting as well, years of efforts.
I think I saw my friend Ted Shaw on the screen a minute ago. I just want to say hi to him. I haven't seen him recently. Hi, Ted. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we've got to move on to our next panel. And we appreciate your time. And we're a little bit behind time, but we'll try to catch up a little bit.
All right. And Congressman Hyde, good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's my privilege to get our next panel ready. I hope everybody's here. I'm going to introduce our featured speaker and also the moderator for our panel. We're very lucky to have Professor Taylor from Princeton here, one of the great young scholars in civil rights. And we've been particularly impressed by her brilliant book, A Race for Profit. Professor Scott discussed how, in the context of a segregated society, a deeply segregated society, programs that are instituted by private parties, sometimes that are seemingly benevolent, can result in even further damage to the poor and of people of color that have lived in segregated communities for many years. She provides a sweeping analysis of the programs that were enacted after the passage of the 1968 Civil Rights Act, when at least many legal barriers fell. But segregation persisted, and she's going to talk about programs that banks and other private entities instituted in poor neighborhoods and their effects. Also, Julian Vasquez Helling is the dean at the University of Kentucky College of Education. And not only is he a great administrator, but a very brilliant and insightful scholar, an activist in civil rights and in the privatization of public education through the charter schools. He's going to moderate the panel and also talk about his work looking at the privatization of public education and its effects on outcomes and racial disparity. So with that, I'm very privileged to turn over the panel to Professor Taylor from Princeton.
Hey there. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and thank you for the invitation. So I have a very short time to just try to outline some general ideas, and hopefully in a way that invites some constructive discussion out of this. And what I always like to do is to situate the specific ideas I'm addressing within a broader context. And so now, I think the context is obvious. We're at a critical juncture, I think, in the history of this country. As was stated earlier, but I will restate that the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed deep and embedded inequities in our society, in healthcare, education, employment, and most certainly in housing. The George Floyd uprising has confirmed the ways that these inequities have been exacerbated, protected, and entrenched by law enforcement and the wider punishment apparatus. And I think we can also see that some of the shock that people have in reaction to the disproportionate death of Black people because of the pandemic, as well as the furious response to police abuse and violence. Some of that shock comes from the depth of racial segregation in our society and the way that it hides the realities that millions of Black people that I would argue that most Black people endure in this country. And yet, at the same time, racial segregation, even as it is so completely pervasive in our society, barely elicits any kind of discussion or mention, let alone any meaningful, prescriptive, programmatic responses. And so the questions remain: why do these conditions exist? How do they come into being? And why is it that they are sustained? And so this panel is intended to take up one aspect of this: who profits from these arrangements? And the first thing that I would say about that is that it's an important framing, because it moves the discussion about racial segregation and inequality experienced by African Americans away from a kind of individualist framework that just looks at these issues in terms of, do white people want Black neighbors or not? How do white people feel about the presence of Black people in their neighborhoods or schools? Those are not unimportant questions, but they miss the ways in which we can understand segregation. The persistence of it is also part of what it means when it helps to constitute a market. That in effect, part of our understanding of the persistence of segregation is that it is profitable, that there are people who benefit from the isolation and separation of Black people and the isolation and separation of white people. The most clear manifestation of these benefits has been the way that African Americans have been charged more, higher interest rates, primarily around their housing, but also through the distribution of all sorts of commodities and goods. Segregation has constituted a captured Black market. At the same time, conversely, white neighborhoods, exclusively white communities, have also benefited from segregation. In fact, the further white people get away from Black people and all of the perceptions about what it means to be in a Black neighborhood, the more value is accrued in white property in white neighborhoods themselves. There is value added for segregation for white people, and there is value extracted from the segregation of Black people. And so when we get into the specifics of who are the beneficiaries of these arrangements, there is a litany of beneficiaries, but I think some of the most clear beneficiaries, almost intuitively, are bankers, realtors, developers, and all of those who are directly tied to the construction of the housing industry in this country. But then there are also secondary beneficiaries from those arrangements, which include, frankly, elected officials who benefit from the lobbying efforts of these private sector, from this private sector endeavor, and really are the reason why, even when there are all sorts of there should be legal impediments to the kinds of practices that banks, realtors, and developers continue to engage in more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act. There's a reason why there's almost no meaningful enforcement of the existing civil rights laws that we have as it pertains to housing discrimination. But there are also other kinds of beneficiaries that in some ways are counterintuitive, such as nonprofit developers, those who are seen as taking on the task of building and developing low-income housing, who are also profiting from this segregated housing market. These are builders and developers who often have no interest in challenging residential segregation, who are comfortable building whatever paltry amount of affordable housing is being developed. They are perfectly comfortable building that in segregated communities. And thus there is a reaping the benefits of the continuation of this divided market. And so I think, just to wrap up my brief section, that because there are beneficiaries to these arrangements and because we can identify them, this of course becomes part of the problem when private sector forces are recruited by public agencies, or for that matter, even when nonprofit builders and developers are recruited by federal agencies into public-private partnerships to develop more affordable or low-income housing, when these institutions have actually been a part of creating what I would describe as an urban and suburban, a metropolitan housing crisis in the first place. And so this is really, if we are seeing this as a moment, as so many people are, to rethink how our society is organized, to reconsider how our society is organized. This provides an opportunity to re-enter the discussion about what publicly subsidized, publicly built and managed housing could look like. What does it mean to take the private sector or to take nonprofit sector beneficiaries out of the picture, and to create and to see housing as a human right, and to create housing on an equitable basis where the profit margin, the capacity to make money off of people's suffering or people's human need off of the table. I think this is a prime time to re-enter into that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is Julian Vasquez-Heilig, Dean of the College of Education at the University of Kentucky. I'm also a professor of Ed Policy Studies. So glad to join all of you for this important discussion, who's profiting? We have several panelists here today, and we'll have about 3 minutes to ask questions of each of the panelists or so. And we're going to make sure that we leave time at the end. There's nothing more frustrating than hearing an awesome panel and not being able to ask a couple of questions. So I just want to ask the panelists to try to limit their comments so that we can get some comments, questions also from the audience out there that will come in via various methods. So Professor Taylor, you write in your new book, Race for Profit, that real estate profits were rooted in residential segregation, and that the extraction of wealth through predatory practices is exploiting segregation. I think that really ties into my own work. If you look at public education, you see a legacy of school district boundary lines, and recent research showing a $23 billion difference between districts that are majority white and majority students of color. If you talk about charter schools, you mentioned capturing a black market. Charter schools are more segregated than our public schools. They take a problem that we already have in our public education system and make it worse. And then the financial side of this conversation are the land and lease deals that go with this new market, this capturing the black market. It's really a post-colonial income extraction out of communities of color. So could you tell me a little bit more about this inclusive exclusion, and what do you think it means for academics doing research on this, activists that are fighting segregation through litigation, policymakers that are considering legislation, and how do we organize these different stakeholder groups if we don't make these ideas of capitalist extraction a bigger part of the public discourse?
Well, we could talk about that all day, but I think a couple of things come to mind. I think that in the academia, there was a period, at least I'm a historian, so at least within the field of history, of kind of recognizing the role of the federal government in perpetuating residential segregation was an important breakthrough. But I think that a lot of this history, but I think also in contemporary politics, really stopped with 1968 and the passage of the Fair Housing Act. That somehow the formal end of housing discrimination meant that this was no longer a viable kind of issue to dig into. At the same time, there was an inability to answer the question of, well, you know, if housing segregation ended legally 50 years ago, why do our cities continue to be so segregated? Why do these problems continue to persist? And I think part of the problem in answering that question devolved into the personal decision and choices of individual residents that, you know, well, these people like to live among these people. And, you know, we sort of reduce these big structural phenomena down to individual choices and personal decisions. And so I think part of what is happening now, especially in the aftermath of the 2008 housing crisis, was a resumption of interest in unearthing of more evidence of the continuation of structural inequality in the housing market, that racism is just as visceral in, you know, when you have Wells Fargo talking about ghetto loans to mud people and all of this sorts of discussion emanating from banks themselves as a way to try to figure out how to push more oppressive predatory loans onto Black populations, that this is no longer just a question of the individual choices and decisions of individual homeowners or renters, that, you know, we are talking about big institutional forces. The expose done by, I can't remember the newspaper in Long Island last spring, that showed that real estate agents are just as involved in, on Long Island in New York, are just as involved in steering Black people to segregated Black neighborhoods and steering white people to white segregated neighborhoods. And so, you know, I think that this is about bringing the focus back to the institutional ways that African Americans and other non-white people continue to be discriminated against in the market, not just because of personal prejudice, but because people are making money off of this, because institutions are making money off of this. And I think that when you talk about the sort of capitalist underpinnings of this, that is important language to inject into this conversation, because it imposes a structuralness into the discussion that all too often is lacking, and that provides an enormous amount of clarity as to why these problems continue to persist. This is not just, oh, you know, we've come a long way and we have a long way to go. This is about a systematic effort of those in the banking and real estate housing industry who have figured out for decades that a key to maintaining their bottom line is by maintaining a segregated market, a tiered market of which there are different fees and structures to enter into each one. And so it means that we can't just have a passive approach to civil rights enforcement, which we have had for the last 50 years. And you know, if we're serious about changing this, which people usually aren't, right? Because one would think that in a country of this size, of this wealth, that if you really wanted to undo a problem, you actually could. But part of being serious about it is creating the tools to dismantle what has been proven over and over again to be the source of inequality in the first place. So those are just some thoughts about this.
Thank you. You know, as you were talking, I was thinking about just a couple of days ago, the president tweeted, there's a tweet for everything. Don't worry, suburban voters, we're not going to build any low-income housing. We understand what the subtext of that tweet is. And if you've made this sort of eloquent case for the structural factors that are involved with racism and the financial operations of our country. And I think that it's key that in that public discourse, that the kind of work that you're doing is readily available to folks, because you have administration officials that say that these types of processes are not structural, that it's a question of bad apples, so to say. But you really laid out a structural case here. Now turning to Congressman Gwen Moore. So glad to have you also here on the panel. You know, I've had some conversations with Howard Fuller about vouchers, and
Congressman Moore's not here.
Congressman Moore is not here.
Sorry,
So
you should have gotten the memo. Sorry about that. She had to vote. She had to vote.
no problem. So let's transition to the American Postal Workers Union and Mark Dimenstein. So just in case you think we're only talking about housing, we want to turn now to work. You're the leader of the world's largest postal union. Of course, the postal union, the Postal Service has been in the news quite a bit lately. And when we think about the drive towards profit, towards privatization, this neoliberal idea that we should move our public goods to private goods, goods that folks can profit off of instead of them being a public good. Your members have had a target on their back for some time based on this read of the context. But we rarely explore the role that race and ethnicity plays in this conversation. So your workers have organized around civil rights. They've been a powerful engine of middle-class opportunity. In fact, my cousin, Misael Cosper, is a union postal worker in Lansing, Michigan. So King and Randolph argued that labor and civil rights, they have to be allies. We have to remake this coalition from the 1960s, labor, civil rights organizations, academics, religious leaders. So the question is, does that group, that coalition, have the same group of folks that are opposing this progress today, and why? Is he there?
How about that?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that. First, I want to thank the organization for inviting us to come on this panel. And it's a very deep and interesting question, Julian. Just, you know, the question of the relationship and the need for the relationship for the labor movement to be united with the struggle for civil rights and vice versa is still very much before us. And I would think that those same forces that opposed it before oppose it now. Just a few general points. You know, the corporate way to rule and to profitize and to laugh all the way to the bank is divide and conquer. It's just about as simple as that. And there's no bigger wedge historically than that division than white supremacy and the pushing of white supremacy amongst the working class. And of course, the answer for the working class, at least in part, and for the labor movement, is in our unity lies our strength, just the opposite. And that's what leads to more unions, higher wages, better benefits, dignified retirement, safer workplaces, many of the things that Congressman Scott talked about in his opening comments. One example of what I'm saying is the whole question of the historical roots of right to work laws. So right to work, it sounds fine. Everybody wants a right to work. But what it really is an effort in the workplace to undermine unions. And what it says is that somebody doesn't have to belong to a union, even if they get all the benefits. Well, obviously that undermines unions. It undermines the strength of the workers. Well, the roots of the right to work law were directly in the roots of white supremacy. A wealthy businessman, KKK, white supremacist leader of Texas, Vance Muse, is considered the father of the right to work laws. And many people don't know that. And he's actually quoted in print as saying, we can't have closed union shops. That's the opposite of right to work laws. We can't have where everybody has to be in a union because then white workers would be forced to be in organizations with, quotes, black apes. That's the historical roots of right to work that undermines the unity of the working class and therefore pushes all wages down. So that's, to me, a powerful example of why labor and civil rights have to be united, why working people in the labor movement have to fight against the divisions of white supremacy. Now, a lot of the questions and the subject that I'm supposed to talk on is the question of privatization and the question of race and the profit motive behind privatization. And Julian, if I start going on too long, just tell me to stop. The privatization has two aspects to it, I think. One is the impact on the community that's getting the essential services from the public sector, whether it's public transportation, public hospitals, public postal services, public education, public water. And so when we look at privatization, we often see that the profit motive is at work. For instance, the public interest has done a lot of good work on this. So they give an example in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, where the water was privatized. And it's a community largely of people of color. And the wastewater costs went up 3 times and the water costs went up almost the same. And that's a direct hit on the black community, the community of color, and all the working community in that town. But somebody got the profit. And in this case, it was a huge private water company. Often these are multinational companies. The same with public transportation. In Washington, D.C., where I live, you have the circulator system within the public transportation system. It's a privatized multinational corporation, subsidized by tax dollars. And the public transportation system that the working people and largely the black community of D.C. uses, prices have gone up, fares have gone up, and service has gone down. And the multinational corporation is getting the profit. Specifically, the case study that I'm so close to of the Postal Service. The Postal Service has 28% of the 600,000 plus postal workers are African American. 12.8% of the workforce is African American. So one side's the community, the other side's the workers. So think about if the post office was privatized and the incentive to privatize. So some of the incentive is to get that public money, that public till that you talked about in the introduction. Post office takes in $70 billion a year of postage and postal services that are provided. Wall Street wants their hands on that money. So that's the part they want. They want a profit. But they also recognize that the unionization of the workforce, the diversity of the workforce is an obstacle to them profitizing off of that money. So a lot of what drives, we think, what drives the thrust of privatization, because it's always talked about saving the taxpayer money. It's not what it is. In the public sector and in the Postal Service, Black workers have had an opportunity. I'm not saying it's all fair hiring and there's not discrimination in the workplace in the public sector. There is. But there's been more opportunity and there's more unionization, which uplifts African-American workers, Latino workers, and all workers. And so what in the public sector in general, 33% of the public sector is unionized. And a lot of that is Black workers within that workforce. So when they talk about saving the taxpayer money, that's not what it's about. It's about breaking unions and destroying the opportunity, the limited opportunities that Black workers have had in the public sector. Look, anytime, the bosses in the public side or the private side can use one group that's suppressed with less economic opportunity, less educational opportunity, less housing opportunity, less income and wealth. That suppresses not only that group's of wages, that group of people's wages and benefits and economic opportunity. It pushes the entire working class down. So if the post office was to be privatized, here's an entity that has equal pay for equal work and good union wages. We think about that in this key moment of Black Lives Matter. And how do we ensure that Black Lives Matter? Well, one way is decent jobs and equal pay for equal work, equal opportunity for promotional opportunities and so on. So think about what's driving postal privatization. It's the money. We say follow the money. And it's some of the strongest unions left in this country. When I said the public sector is 33% unionized, the private sector is 6.5% unionized. Wall Street wants to get rid of unions because they get the money, they get their hands on the public till, as I said earlier. So if the post office was to be privatized, and this administration is in print saying they want to privatize the post office, i.e. sell it, break it up and sell it to private corporations. If that were to happen, the unions would be broken. The workers of color, the post office is over 40% workers of color, 28% African-American workers. There's Hispanic workers, there's Asian workers, East Asian workers. The good jobs will be gone. The equal pay for equal work would be gone. The dignified retirements would be gone. And a few companies would make a huge profit, few private companies. But what the people would lose, is a democratic right, a small d democratic right, the universal postal services, no matter who we are and where we live. And that will have a huge negative impact on the Black community as well, because private companies will only go where they can make a quick buck. So if a community is already suppressed, already low income, private company says, well, I'm not going there because I'm not going to make money there. So privatization, at the heart of privatization, it's not the smokescreen of more efficiency or saving taxpayer money. That's all a cover for union busting, for pushing back the opportunities and the limited opportunities that Black workers and workers of color have gained in the public sector and through union life in the public sector. And it's about diminishing the services to the community and turning it over to the question of who can make a profit, whether it's our water, whether it's our public transportation, whether it's our public postal services. So again, labor and civil rights, we're a union that believes the struggle for economic rights also has to be part of the struggle for social justice. Economic justice and social justice are the same. We work in four walls of a workplace, but we go home to our communities. And what happens everywhere affects us in the workplace. And if we don't have the ability to rise together, brothers and sisters and brothers, we're going to fall separately. So only united we will be able to move forward. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. We're a union that's proud to be part of the civil rights movement, as we are proud to be part of the labor movement. And the stronger we are together. And to get back to your original question, those who want to destroy unions, destroy opportunities for workers of color and Black workers, very much want to keep us separated from each other. And we have a really great opportunity, in my view, as a labor movement, to unite with the civil rights movement by being part of and being supportive of and being on the front lines with this uprising, justified, righteous uprising that's taking place in this country around Black Lives Matter and the fight for racial justice. And the more the unions are part of that fight, the stronger we will be in our workplaces as we fight for better wages, safer workplaces, and better benefits. Thank you, Julian. I hope I didn't go on too long.
Thank you. You know, under full disclosure, you know, I want to say that, you know, I'm the great grandson of a United Mine worker. I'm the grandson of a UAW worker, and I'm the son of a Michigan Nurses Association worker. So your comments are not are right on the money. You've really laid out the neoliberal playbook. Follow the money, and that people lose democratic rights when privateers attempt hostile takeovers. This is what you see with school vouchers. This is what you see with charter schools. This is what you see with the privatization of teacher training by Teach for America. I had a parent call me this week from San Diego and tell me that the Teach for America person there said that he was coming for the union. What you're experiencing in the Postal Service, we're really depending on you and your colleagues and your union this fall, early November. We're really depending on you. So now I want to move to the next member of the panel, Dr. Prentiss Dantzler. He does work on both for-profit and nonprofit players in urban development, redevelopment, and gentrification. And again, there's an important impact of this work on education. And we see in places like Chicago, where you have schools being closed under the guise of them being low performing, and then you have schools being opened by folks that have relationships with the policymakers there, new charter schools. You see land and lease deals, and you see developers highly influential, not just in Chicago, but in Houston and other places. And so as they seek to gentrify neighborhoods, while they close the public schools that are there, what comes behind them is selective enrollment schools, so that students that are living in those neighborhoods don't have access to education in the communities in which they live. And so your research, Dr. Dantzler, is looking at these themes of development, redevelopment, and gentrification. So what do you think about what Professor Taylor has written about? How do you see these actors throughout this landscape in different communities? And these actions towards privatization and gentrification, are they helping or are they exploiting segregation?
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I want to kind of do this, my responses in a couple of ways, and I promise to leave a lot of time for questions. Part of this notion, and I think Dr. Taylor pointed this out within her book, but even in some of her earlier work, thinking about this idea of housing is not a human right in this country, it's a private good, right? And I think there's a competing ideology for how we talk about housing and home ownership overall that doesn't really get to the nature of how people exploit or use housing as a way to protect their homes, right? So her comments earlier about this idea of value added, but also value extracted, there's another part where we talk about value protected, right? So there's a lot of ways in which homeowners, but also parents, exclude different forms of property within their kind of metro areas. And when we think about it, it's overall competing with this like broader ideology that home ownership is the end goal, right? So in a lot of ways that we've promoted, constructed, and developed public policy has been based on this idea that home ownership should be the end goal for American citizens. And in doing so, we tend to forget that most places have different forms of housing tenures in terms of renters, in terms of co-ops, in terms of community land trusts, that should be in what we call an equitable society, a more sustainable approach in terms of housing policy. When we look at it in terms of schools, as you were noting, a lot of it deals with how parents actually feel about new low-income students. Typically, when they're seen under the guise, right, that is a low-income students coming into their neighborhoods. But we understand at the root of that these ideas are deeply racialized. So I think part of the kind of notion that we have in terms of housing policy and why we see so many issues around housing insecurity, but also housing affordability, is still built on this overall assumption that homeownership should be the end goal for most Americans, and that housing is not a human right, but a private good. The other part that I think she did, or I would argue that she did beautifully in the book, is to describe like the nature of how different organizations interact and collaborate with local and federal governments to increase their financial streams to develop different types of housing products, right? So we see in terms of the Great Recession, in terms of subprime lending, we see a lot of those kind of products were targeted to Black and brown communities overall. We say that even today, when we talk about processes like eviction processes, that Black and brown communities are more highly likely to experience those type of situations. And even when we think about things like gentrification, where the same neighborhood could be seen as problematic disadvantage, and it seems to be that overnight they become this new kind of wake of investment, right? And a lot of the ways in which we see this is that there are collaborations that happen between local policymakers, but also private entities to reshape and recreate narratives about what neighborhoods are good and what neighborhoods are bad. And I think part of the kind of the issue or the tension that we're dealing with right now is that we fail to realize that renters have a place in communities just like homeowners, right? We tend to have like these this kind of isolated approaches to housing policy. And as a result, instead of developing sustainable, equitable communities, we get to these points by which that we're creating communities for particular types of people. And then as a result, anybody trying to drive or strive for that dream or that American dream in terms of home ownership, we see that racialized groups or racial groups tend to be to bear the brunt of those issues. So I think a lot of ways in which we see profit making tends to be around this idea that we just don't see housing as a human right in this country. And to push for different legislation around affordable housing, that still leaves out a larger sect of people who don't fit into those neighborhoods, who are not even eligible to occupy those units. So in kind of thinking about how to reshape these changes, I would argue that we need to think about a housing structure that is inclusive of different types of housing tenure, but also how does that relate to individual urban development growth, where policymakers are using different tools to drive up revenue through tax revenue from property taxes.
Great. Thank you so much for talking about the evolving conversation around gentrification. We now have time for some questions. And I think we have academics, we have policymakers, we have lots of folks here on this call. And I think words are really important, but actions are what is powerful. So I'm going to toss a question out to the panel. We can popcorn the responses. What should we be doing? What kind of policies, coalition, organizing? What do you think? What kind of action should we be taking?
Julian?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So on a very sort of a narrow way, but a very specific way, the country is in a fork in the road on whether there's going to be a public postal service or whether this administration, the Heritage Foundation, Wall Street is going to privatize it. So one very concrete thing that's going on, and it's an example of a coalition that can be spread much larger, is the unity of the civil rights movement and the labor movement, particularly the postal unions, but the entire labor movement, around that defense of the public commons, the defense of the unions, and the defense of the diverse workforce, the largely Black and people of color workforce, to maintain their union rights and their decent family-sustaining union jobs. The postal workers cannot win this fight alone. You have to have coalition. We have a Grand Alliance to save our public postal service. A key part of that alliance is the civil rights community that have both the understanding what public postal services mean to the community and to the workers. Without those alliances, we're gonna fall separately, and the postal service will likely be privatized, something that's been part of this country before the founding of the country. So that's just a very kind of narrow example, but I hopefully it's something to think about because it underscores the need for alliances, for coalitions. And if we truly are practicing solidarity, a foundation of our labor movement, then, and if we expect the community to stand with us as postal workers in defense of our jobs and unions, then we have to be there standing with the communities in defense of their rights, whether it's in relation to taking the militarization of police forces and all the money into that and turning it back into the community, whether it's access to good jobs, whether it's unionization and organizing, whether it's fair housing. We have to be there because that's what solidarity is all about, and that's how we build together.
Okay. Great, wonderful. We have some questions from.
Can I just say something to that?
Go ahead.
Quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I think that we have to have short-term and long-term goals. And the short term is that, at least in the realm of housing, is that we are on the precipice of a housing catastrophe in this country. Housing has been bad for people. It has been expensive, unaffordable, because of all of the reasons that Dr. Dantzler talked about, which is housing in this country is a commodity. It's not a right. And so now when you layer the problems of the pandemic have exacerbated onto that, we are facing a housing catastrophe. So in terms of what needs to happen now, we have to, form coalitions, protests, demonstrations, whatever, to stop the mass eviction from people of people from their homes when these statewide and federal moratoria expire. So that's one thing. We have to fight for rent and debt forgiveness, and not this idea that we can kick the debt can down the road and that somehow the millions of people who are unemployed now, who have drained whatever meager savings, if they had any savings in the first place, now will somehow be able to pay thousands of dollars in debt months from now is ridiculous. So we have to have debt forgiveness. And then in the long term, I think that it is about action, but it is also that we have to engage in an ideological struggle that reasserts the need for a public sector. And it's not just the post office, it's about public housing, public health, public education. All of these things are under attack. And I think it's important to say it's not just the right. It's not just if we get rid of Donald Trump, we will return to some kind of utopian paradise that preceded him. No, there's been a bipartisan attack on the public sector, on a local level, on the city level. In the cities, it's the Democratic Party that is destroying the public sector. And so we have to have an ideological struggle that reasserts public control, public oversight, public funding as a human right, that people have a right to live somewhere. People have a right to healthcare. People have a right to food and to be educated. But that is a set of ideas that actually has to be fought for. And then we have to fight for its actual expression in terms of policy. And we have to build decommodified housing that is not on the market. We have to recommit to public education that is not commodified and not on the market. And so that requires a political and ideological struggle, as well as then fighting programmatically and policy-wise to bring it into existence.
Thank you so much. We have a question here from Paul Bellin Boyer, and that question is a dovetail to this. Housing and home ownership dominate the landscape of modern segregation, wealth gap, education, job opportunities, and profiting from segregation. What's the best point of attack? So dovetailing, what do you think that best, is it with policymakers, is it coalitions? What's that best point of attack?
I'll take a swing at this one. I think part of it is that just to echo kind of Dr. Taylor's point, right? A lot of the subsidies that go to housing policy don't don't go to low income programs, right? They don't go to housing assistance programs. Most of the time, we largely subsidize home ownership as the dominant form of housing tenure in this country. And until we redirect funding from a stronger public sector, then we won't get to the same types of ideas. We won't get the same types of outcomes that we're usually fighting for in these constructions. I think part of the other struggle that we tend to talk about in this case is that what does it look like to rethink the role of the government, right? So given the historic racist history of federal policy within this country, we have to rethink or reanalyze what the federal government and even government really should be doing. And in doing so, you can get to some of these other kind of natures or some of these nuances that we see at the local level. The other part in terms of this country is if homeownership is so tied to this, homeownership is one of the few commodities that we say for asset building that we largely protect, and we never problematize people from going into risk-based lending practices, from risky mortgage programs. And a lot of ways, the federal government builds that up. So I think part of it is that you have to build, like Dr. Taylor said, a coalition to radically rethink the public sector and their role in actually providing public housing, housing vouchers, which are still a neoliberal tool, right? So it's pretty much a subsidy to private landlords, and kind of really rethink the role of the federal government in establishing a public sector that is available to all, while having the private sector not take control or take the primary approach for delegating public goods that we see in this country.
Thank you so much. We have an education question here. I'll toss it out to the panel first. With school segregation as a fact, in what ways can predominantly white school teachers and students focused on environmental sustainability be allies with school teachers and students of color who predominantly experience disproportionate impacts from these injustices?
Are you going to take that?
I can, but
Yes.
I can toss it out to the panel. Okay, so I think the best way we can think about this is allyship. So I think one is that within your teacher associations, that you support teachers of color and their associations. I think being involved locally with local and state politics, being an education voter, supporting leaders, whether they be educational leaders, superintendents, principals, et cetera, that are transformative leaders, that are focused on being socially just, culturally relevant, community engaged. We have to make the right decisions when choosing our educational leaders and be voices in those processes. So I think those are a couple of ways: being active inside your teacher association and supporting communities of color, being involved locally with politics, and being sure that when you make decisions about educational leaders, that you use the right criteria.
And Julian, if I can add very quickly, and I think I'm doing this in an accurate way, the Chicago Teachers Union, or the AFT, at least in one of their recent rounds of negotiations, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, one of the demands was that the immigrant students in the schools be protected from any oppression, suppression, presence of immigration raids. So it was a concrete example where the teachers were uniting with the needs of the students and their families and said, this is about education for all in the public sector. So I thought it was a great example of how the union movement can ally with the parents and students, in this case, specifically around rights of the oppressed immigrant kids and their families and community.
Thank you very much. That alliance between parents and teachers is powerful. Going to the next question from Chris Sanders, is there new practical research on legal strategies, particularly litigation approaches, to break the present day legacy of redlining? I don't know if Dr. Orfield, he would be a great person to answer that question. Can he weigh in?
Yeah, sure. I think that one of the things that's been happening is we need, I gotta start my video. One of the things that we would like to see is a strong Justice Department enforce the provisions of the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act is a powerful tool that's almost never been used. It can go after these kinds of things. Private actions are harder. There's been a series of actions that have occurred against Wells Fargo Bank, particularly, and they've been brought by private plaintiffs with some supports from the city council. And they always get to the point where the banks try to dismiss them. They're saying that their behavior is protected, their algorithms, their data, their information is protected. And they won't, and once the courts decide they have to provide their information that is underlying their practices, they settle for large amounts of money, which private plaintiffs often take. But to really get at these practices, we need a strong Justice Department. We need to have legal aid and other sorts of groups be able to bring class actions. We need to figure out how to allow lawyers into court, give them causes of action, giving the ability to force this. It's very hard to do, but the most important thing would be to have a strong Justice Department to enforce the law that actually exists.
Thank you very much. There's a question from Tammy that says, thank you so much for coming together. If the short-term urgency is a need to maintain momentum and unity in the face of racism, which has a financial benefit to those in power, how can a regular person engage?
I'll just say quickly, I think that we've been seeing how regular people can engage, and that it has transformed the parameters of the discussion. And so I'm talking mostly about the uprising in June, but I think also before that, when the lockdown first began to happen, there were labor actions taken by quote unquote essential workers that I think was crucial in raising the hypocrisy of the framework of essential worker, people who are called essential workers but are paid as if they are unessential. And it brought to light the conditions of those that those workers were experiencing, and also reset the framework for how we talk about rescue packages and for how we even envision what the federal government should be doing to mitigate the worst aspects of this crisis. Now, whether or not they do that is a different issue that has to do with the strength and sustenance of struggle. But I think we got an idea that once people are involved in political struggle and organizing in a very public way, that it deepens our understanding of issues where otherwise they are just glazed over in a very superficial way and moved on to the next thing. And so I would say that people should find the many different networks that have been established and groups that have been established or reestablished over the last few months to try to plug in to figure out what is happening locally, what is happening nationally, and to try to plug into the many different organizing efforts that are happening. I know one big thing that is happening in August is a National Black Convention that's going to be online. I think it's August 20th, where the Movement for Black Lives is convening this gathering. The Movement for Black Lives is an umbrella group of over 100 different Black-led organizations. And so I think that will be an opportunity for people to try to figure out how to plug in. But there seems to be a lot happening in different localities that provide an opportunity for folks to figure out what to do in their particular location to try to start moving on some of this stuff.
Just to kind of belabor the point just a little bit more is that I think part of it, when we think about what the individual can do, we largely think that I think we get caught up in these kind of conversations about it's the structure, it's everything else, but what can the everyday individual do? I think part of it is using your political power and not just in voting, but also organizing, coalition building at your local level, but also using your purchasing power, right? So in ways in which you use your money to buy certain goods and products, but also where you choose to go on your everyday life, there needs to be a radically rethinking this. And part of the other point that I wanted to just kind of put out there is that a lot of times in these conversations, we think we're working for the benefits for the community, and the community has this like very broad term. But we need to realize that each one of us has a different sense of reality. And so when we think about what we're doing for communities, realize that people within the community are articulating the needs that they have themselves. And a lot of times there's a discrepancy or the disparity between what policymakers think communities need versus what community members actually tell you what they need. And a lot of times when we're thinking about we need to drastically, reduce crime and we need to build more housing, a lot of them say, no, I need you to build new schools right now. Housing is not the main issue for us. So there's some tension or some kind of issues when policymakers act on behalf of communities without really seeking communities or valuing the intentions or the knowledge that local communities have for themselves and remaking their communities for the better.
Thank you so much. And, I want to say that hold me accountable too. I'm a dean of a college of 3,000 faculty, students, and staff. And so I think we need to hold our educational leaders accountable in higher education. What are we doing to change this conversation and make this work, the work that you are doing, more readily available to communities? And so I'm going to make a soft announcement here. Next week, we're going to have a huge announcement. We are creating a new civil rights partnership. I can't tell you more about it right now because we're working on an exclusive with one of the large national newspapers. But next week, University of Kentucky, we're going to act. The University of Kentucky College of Education is going to act. So watch our social media channels for a big announcement. I have two final questions here that have been sent to me. One, yesterday we heard a little bit about segregated housing's role in wealth disparities. Can you tell us a little bit more about why and how that works? And then the final question, because we're running short on time here, we have just 5 minutes. We all have PhDs, and I think, we were told not to talk less than 20 minutes at a time. So who are we up against and how powerful are they? Who are the actual corporate players that profit off of segregation and privatization? Let me toss that first one to Dr. Taylor. So role of segregation and wealth disparities and how that works. Finally, who are we up against? How powerful are they? And who profits off of segregation?
There's lots of different answers to the first question. I think, how does it work? We look at the way that segregation has, locked African Americans into in its, well, I guess in an urban or suburban manifestation in areas that have less plentiful jobs, less well-paying jobs, less access to public transportation, schools that are under-resourced. All of these things contribute to income disparity. It contributes to the opportunities that Black people have access to versus people who are in segregated white neighborhoods who may have, higher property values because of their proximity away from Black people who have better access to higher paying employment. This is on a very basic level how some of this works. You could look at the work of Patrick Sharkey, who talks about how the sort of disinvested, underinvested places that Black people live generationally remain that way, disinvested, underinvested, and that is part of what some people call a cycle. To me, it's talking about cyclical things sounds too natural, but this is sets of policies and private sector practices that are reinforced every single year. And so, I think the generational wealth comes from the way that Black living spaces are devalued as well. One of my favorite examples is In Chicago, the 60653 zip code is a Southside Black neighborhood that is less than a mile from Lake Michigan. In that neighborhood, Bronzeville, you have homes that are, between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet that are around between $600,000, $700,000. 5 miles north of that location, the same homes in the same condition, newly built, same square footage, are worth more than $1 million. The differential factor is that 60653 is in a predominantly Black neighborhood, and so just by virtue of being Black or living in close proximity to Black people or in a Black neighborhood devalues your property, and that expresses itself through the asset of a home. And so these are the tangible, specific and concrete ways that racism expresses itself in the lives of African Americans on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
I'll take a shot. If you got the time, Julian, I'll take a quick shot at the second question.
You got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Look, anytime African-American workers of color can be super exploited and wages kept lower, unionization crushed, the private sector attacked across the board. The capitalists in Wall Street profit. The private companies that want to move into the private prison and put more people in prison, private schools, and undermine public education. And we talked plenty about the post office and the potential of what privatization would mean there. So who profits are the capitalists, and the people lose, the communities lose, and the workers lose. And somebody, again, as I said in the beginning, laughs all the way to the bank. And it is very important, I think, as we discuss all these issues, that there really is a profit motive underlying these attacks on the public sector.
Well, I want to thank each of you, Dr. Taylor, and Dr. Diamonstein, and Dr.
I'm not a doctor.
Mr. Diamonstein and Dr. Dantzler, so much for joining us this morning. And we look forward to continuing these conversations.
Julian, I'd like to just talk about the next panel. I wanted to thank everybody for coming. We're going to have a panel coming after lunch at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be, is America ready for a second Reconstruction and a third founding? What we're going to have, the featured speakers will be Eric Foner, who's a great historian of the Reconstruction period, the post-war period, after the Civil War, with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and civil rights laws that attempted to move forward. And then Barbara Ramsey will be talking about the second Reconstruction, which really began at the Brown decision and lasted through the early 70s. They're going to say, what lessons can we learn from these periods of intense activity that were followed by long periods of backlash? And as we move into a potential third Reconstruction, what can we learn from this, from history? How can we relate it to modern experience? So that'll be at 12:15. And again, we'd like to thank everyone for coming for this really excellent panel. And we'll be closing now for a little while and having time for a break, but please come back at 12:15 for our panel, Is America Ready for Another Reconstruction and Another Founding? Thank you.
Dr. Taylor spoke about how we are in an ideological struggle. This is not a political or partisan issue. We must know what we are up against. We must know that we are up against structural barriers, and that is going to segue into our conversation today. The purpose of this panel is to build support for, to propose, and to get input on a draft of an ambitious economic and racial justice agenda. We are going to go right into our panel, and we want to know what we are up against in terms of fighting racism. We want to build a racial justice and economic opportunity agenda in the form of a Civil Rights Restoration Act. The three goals of this act is to significantly strengthen existing civil rights law, to deliver on the promises of the civil rights movement and the unmet demands of the March on Washington. And number 3, to answer the call for justice that is being heard across the nation today. Such an agenda would dismantle institutional structures of segregation that limit and thwart opportunity in housing, in our schools, and in access to political and economic power. This includes the right to earn a living, the right to health care, and the right to organize a union. This conversation seeks input from our attendees, such as you all, and you all as allies for the beginnings to outline a transformative policy agenda. Before we go into that, I would like to provide some food for thought. Today, we have Confederate statues being toppled. But what does that really mean? These were monuments to a counter-revolution, to mark, bury, and obscure the brutally interrupted multiracial power that emerged out of the defeat of slavery and also the ashes of the Civil War. From our previous panelist, Dr. Taylor, she wrote in a New Yorker column, "How do we change America?" The quote is, "The quest to transform this country cannot be limited to challenging its brutal police alone." Orlando Patterson said, "A fundamental aspect of the American race problem is segregation. Not only do ghettos segregate Blacks from the social, cultural, and economic capital of middle-class America, they also make its residents easy target for brutal and unaccountable police." We must also think about the color line and reflect on what will it finally take to erase the color line in our schools and structures of opportunity, and also in power of privilege. Before we go into our panels, I wanted to provide a brief personal reflection. On May 30th, I found myself facing an unforeseen and tough decision. Do I go out and protest in support of Black lives? Or do I stay home so I am not risking the health and safety of my 90-year-old grandmother whom I live with? I reflected on what is my moral obligation? What legacy am I furthering from my grandparents? And would I regret not being physically a part of a revolution? I ended up going to protest, but I never saw myself having to choose between my humanity and the safety of my loved ones. On yesterday, my grandmother and I watched the funeral services of the Honorable Congressman Lewis. I noticed how captivated she was. I wondered how, from yesterday and from the recent weeks, what was she thinking? Was this a trip down memory lane through the 90 years she has currently lived through in the quest for civil rights? Heroes like Congressman Lewis have laid the foundation and left marching orders for us on yesterday. And now we will dive into our panel to receive some much needed and added wisdom. We want to ensure that all of our panelists receive an equal amount of speaking time, and we also want to leave time to engage with you all as attendees to have a great discussion. With that, I will introduce our panelists. Their biographies will appear on the full screen. We first have Dr. Foner. Dr. Foner is the DeWitt Clinton Professor of History Emeritus at Columbia University. He is one of the nation's most distinguished historians, and his recent book is titled The Second Founding: How the Civil War and Reconstruction Remade the Constitution. Dr. Ransby is a historian, writer, and longtime activist. She is a distinguished professor of African American Studies at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She is the author of the highly acclaimed biography, Ella Baker and the Black Freedom Movement, A Radical Democratic Vision. We also have Dr. Austin, who is the first director of the Economic Policy Institute's program on race, ethnicity, and economy. He is a policy expert with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Last but certainly not least, we have Reverend Francois, the senior pastor of Mount Zion Baptist Church of Pleasantville, New Jersey. His calling is empowering people through preaching, transformative teaching, and organizing. So we are going to dive right into our panel and into our questions to our speakers. So my first question is for you, Dr. Foner. I'm going to please ask if you can provide some thoughts and historical framing, and also give us some historical literacy. Dr. Foner, you are the foremost historian on a little too known part of American history called Reconstruction. As we think about the challenges and opportunities in front of us, and the potential for a broad policy agenda as a Civil Rights Restoration Act, and as today, as we see Confederate statues being toppled, we thought it would be worthwhile to ground ourselves and to have that historical literacy, to examine society before those statues were erected, to learn from the experiences of the courageous Americans that began to rebuild this country into an inclusive, multiracial society. Your insights and thoughts, please, Dr. Foner.
Well, thank you very much. And I would just begin by saying that I'm very pleased and honored to have been invited to take part in this conference and this panel. So thank you for having me here. As you said, Reconstruction, unfortunately, the period after the American Civil War is too little known by most Americans, I'm sorry to say, even though it really is a pivotal moment in America and in the history of the struggle for racial justice in this country, or even more broadly, perhaps, in the history of American democracy, as W.E.B. Du Bois argued, Reconstruction in America. This is really not just the rights of African Americans or any other group. It's what kind of country we're going to be. And Reconstruction is one of those few moments. Maybe we're in another one now. We have these foundational questions are really up for grabs, and significant substantive change can be made. When people ask me what Reconstruction was, I sometimes use a modern phrase, was like regime change. How do you change a pro-slavery regime, a regime which was slavery in this country? How do you change that into an anti-slavery regime, or one based on justice and equality?
Excuse me, Dr. Foner. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We're having a hard time hearing you, and so we're going to pause for a minute and figure out how to improve the sound quality. That way we can hear what you're saying. My apologies for interrupting.
All right.
All right.
Go right ahead. It's beyond my pay grade to be able to figure it out.
We'll work it out. Give us 1 second, please. All right, Dr. Foner, I think that the attendees should be able to hear you a lot better now.
All right. I hope this is okay.
Yes, that's all right. If you could please,
good.
if you don't mind, if you could please go back to the beginning about what you were saying so people do not miss the insights that you were giving, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I hope people can hear. I'm sorry for the problem.
We can hear you now. So thank you so much.
Okay. Basically, I was saying that Reconstruction is one of those pivotal moments that doesn't come around all that often, where the sort of fundamental principles of society are grabs. We may get another such moment now in the next few years. Reconstruction was effort at what I would call the modern phrase regime change. That's how does the pro-slavery regime that exists for hundreds of years, how do you change that into a new system on equality based on for all, based on severing ideas, citizenship, voting, and severing the tyranny of race. So, characterized that before the Civil War. The issues of Reconstruction, whether it's who should be an American citizen, who should have the right to vote, how do you deal with terrorism, and groups like Reconstruction, not modern day terrorism from abroad, and what is the connection between political freedom and economic freedom? Those are Reconstruction issues that every one of them is on today, and as we fought out today, just is really essential to everybody if we want to understand what's going on in our society today. Not a legislator, not a congressman. I can't give you the text of a new civil restoration law. I can say that during Reconstruction, Congress seized the initiative in transforming the country. President Andrew Johnson, Lincoln, was.
Dr. Foner, my apologies, please, again, for interrupting. For some reason, it continues breaking up on the sound quality. We're thinking that it may come out better if you were to turn your video off. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, how do I do that? Wait a second. Stop.
Yeah. Okay, let's try it now.
All right. See if that's okay. Otherwise, I'm not sure what I can say. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. So let's give it another go.
Okay. The president when Reconstruction began was Andrew Johnson, who I used to think was the worst president. That's it was one of those and in the conversation to Congress, ideological competition going today, and that reconstruction is a very valuable Congress to seize the nation, to pass the legislation, to bend to just 3 times, 3rd, 4th, amendments. The 13th, slavery. The 14th, creating birthright citizenship severed from race in this country, and demanding equality for all Americans, not only citizens, but non-citizens, all to be law and throughout the entire country. These were all these amendments had loopholes or flaws, but they were a tremendous revolution.
Dr. Foner, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're going to come up with another solution. We're going to ask if you could call in. I'm going to move on to Dr. Ransby, but we want to come back and we'll call in and we'll ensure that you have the call information. That way people can hear the insights that you are providing.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now, Dr. Ransby, thank you for being here with us. Dr. Ransby, you are a historian, writer, and longtime activist. We're interested in knowing what lessons can we learn from the great civil rights leader and organizer, Miss Ella Baker? What can we learn from the civil rights movement and from Miss Baker's life as we look at the opportunities for social change today in the midst of a health and economic crisis and the activism around racial justice we see today, especially among the young and for people like me? So we're very interested in your thoughts, Dr. Ransby, and the lessons that can be learned.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I'm very happy to be here. My good friend Ted Shaw invited me, and I'm glad to make time for this and to be in this company. I have to say as a preface, and I'm sorry Eric Foner is not on to hear this, but it's a real delight for me to be on a panel with Eric Foner because 40 years ago, I was an undergraduate at Columbia University, and I talked my way into his graduate seminar on Reconstruction. And there began my career as a historian. And so he has been a mentor, a friend, and later a colleague for all these decades. So that we are together talking about the opportunity for a new Reconstruction is pretty special. Let me just, I'm going to answer your question directly, but I just wanted to say something as another preface, which is to say, you know, I have a few things on my mind today as we talk about the big question of this panel, you know, are we ready for a second Reconstruction? Are we ready for a third founding? What would a Civil Rights Restoration Act look like? You know, I'm reminded of John Lewis's homegoing yesterday, and all the remarks made about his long career. I remember I interviewed him for my book on Ella Baker many years ago. I also am reminded of the DNC Platform Committee comments yesterday and Patrisse Cullors' tearful remarks during that. What she was asking us to think about is the connection between legislative reform and the demands of people in the street and at the grassroots. And if any lesson we can take away from Ella Baker is that lesson. I would say there are several others, but the importance of connecting beyond our official roles as lawmakers, professors, scholars, lawyers, etc., to think of what are grassroots people, some of the most marginalized people in our communities, in our nation. What are their needs? What are their dreams? What are their demands? That has to be at the center of any work that we do under the rubric of Reconstruction, under the rubric of social justice, under the rubric of racial justice. And that is certainly not always the case. Sometimes we think we know best what kind of solutions will serve people whose shoes we have not walked in. I think also for Ella Baker, the idea that there are no saviors. I sometimes think of the ways in which Brother John Lewis has been honored in recent days, talked about as a prophet and this and that. And I think he would have kind of cringed at some of those references as well, because we really have to have confidence that ordinary people can make decisions about their lives, can identify what freedom and justice looks like, and can enact change. And what we've seen in this period, and I've been very deeply involved with the Movement for Black Lives and the Rising Majority, to important organizations, Black Youth Project 100, as obviously not as a youth, but as an elder. And these have been some of the young people who've been on the streets since the murder of George Floyd. And we sometimes underestimate and mute and marginalize their voices. And so Ella Baker, if she were with us today, would certainly remind us to listen carefully to those voices. And not as, as possible proteges, right? Not as people we're going to mold into our likeness, but as students and teachers, that they have something to teach us about social justice and transformation. So when I think of this, the question of Ella Baker, the memory of Ella Baker and John Lewis, when I think of whether we are ready for another Reconstruction, and of course that would be a third Reconstruction in a sense, because we think of the great movement of the 1960s and early 70s as a second Reconstruction. But when we think of what would a third Reconstruction look like, I really think we have to seriously indict some fundamental systemic and structural flaws in our society. And they're more than flaws, they're foundational. We have to have the political, intellectual, and moral courage to confront the limits of racial capitalism, to confront the deep, deep, deep-seated nature of white supremacy. And I would add patriarchy to that as well. These are things that compromise the human spirit. They compromise our ability to plant the seeds of freedom that could in fact flourish. And that's a big task. And so it doesn't require Band-Aid solutions. It doesn't require, small interventions. It requires, what Dr. King reminded of us near the end of his life, a radical revolution of values. And that is the business I think we have to be about in this period. I think that's what Ella Baker's legacy demands of us. I think that's what John Lewis's legacy demands of us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ransby. I want to underscore how you spoke about how we must dismantle racial capitalism and white supremacy. And what does that look like, not only from an intellectual standpoint, but from an organizing standpoint? Because this panel discussion today is a power and organizing conference. It's about our call to action and what we must do next. I want to transition over to Dr. Austin. Dr. Austin, you are an economist and a policy expert with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. My question for you is that when we think about what a powerful, compelling, and unifying labor civil rights agenda would be, what would that look like and what would that include?
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Oops, okay, let me do this. Great. So let me begin by saying it's an honor to be on this panel and also as part of this summit with all these distinguished speakers and scholars and politicians. I'm really enjoying the summit and I've learned a lot. It's really powerful. And let me also begin by saying that these remarks are my own. I am not speaking for any organization at this time. As many of the speakers of this summit have called for either explicitly or implicitly, we need a new civil rights movement. But somewhat surprisingly, maybe, the place for an agenda for this new civil rights movement is actually in the old civil rights movement. The sad fact is that many of the goals of the civil rights movement were never achieved, and many of the successes of the movement have been and are continuing to be undermined. For example, in 1954, we had the Brown decision that was supposed to provide integrated and equal education. But on yesterday's panel on the state of American apartheid, that panel pointed out that our schools are still highly segregated and unequal. In 1965, we had the Voting Rights Act passed, but that act has been significantly weakened, and with each election, more and more African Americans are being denied their right to vote. In 1968, the Kerner Commission reported that the uprisings that occurred the prior year were mainly incited by acts of police brutality. And today, of course, we are still struggling with the issue of police brutality against
Dr.
African
Austin, I'm sorry, if I may interject, I just wanted to highlight that Dr. Foner is back on, and after we hear your amazing insights, we'll go back to Dr. Foner. So thank
Okay,
you.
great.
My apologies for the interjection. Thank you.
No problem at all. Yes, so we're still struggling with police brutality. So we need a new civil rights movement, but the agenda for the civil rights movement is unfortunately largely the same agenda as the old civil rights movement. But what exactly was the agenda of the old civil rights movement? I would suggest that we start with the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. This is the march where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his famous I Have a Dream speech. The full title of that march was the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. And it's important that we recognize that title because that title helps us get a full understanding of the civil rights movement. Civil rights activists of the 1950s and 1960s understood that Black people were oppressed by an intertwined racial system and economic system, and thus liberation would require both civil rights policies and economic justice policies. And many of our leading civil rights organizations, including the Institute on Metropolitan Opportunity, headed by Myron Orfield, have put together a great civil rights policy agenda addressing voting rights, integrating education, addressing police brutality, and addressing residential segregation. And I believe that Professor Orfield will speak further on this in a few minutes. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom was called a March for Jobs and Freedom because half of the demands of the march were economic justice demands. There was a demand for a federal jobs program that would allow all people to obtain a job. There was a demand for a minimum living wage that would be worth over $15 an hour in today's dollars. There was a demand for decent, affordable housing. There was a demand for strong labor protections. And there was a demand for anti-discrimination in employment policies, in employment. Again, our new labor civil rights movement can begin with exactly these same economic demands. Of course, we may want to add to these economic demands things like healthcare for all, debt-free college, and other policies that will help close the enormous Black-white racial wealth gap. Let me just say a little bit more about the need for a federal jobs program because Donald Trump has loved talking about the historically low Black unemployment rate before the COVID-19 recession hit us. He was correct that the Black unemployment rate was historically low, but historically low for African Americans. What he failed to mention was that that rate was still twice the white unemployment rate. If white America had an unemployment rate equal to the quote unquote historically low Black unemployment rate, white Americans would say that they were experiencing a mild recession, an economic recession. We have to reject this double standard where white people get to experience full employment and the best we can offer Black people is a mild recession. We should not be celebrating the fact that the Black unemployment rate is twice the white unemployment rate. In fact, if you look back over the last 50 years, the Black unemployment rate has never even reached as low as the median level of the white unemployment rate distribution. In other words, the Black unemployment rate has not even gotten to the middle, it's not even gotten to an average unemployment rate. It's always above average in a negative sense. What this means is that Black America cycles between what is essentially a severe economic recession and a mild economic recession. But Black Americans have never experienced a period of truly low joblessness in the last 50 years. And I want to repeat that. Black Americans have never experienced a period of truly low joblessness in the last 50 years. And this is why the demand for jobs and an economic agenda is extremely important today, and it's extremely important to a labor civil rights agenda. If needed, and if we have more time, I can speak in more detail about some job creation ideas, but for now, let me conclude by saying again, that the beginnings of a new labor civil rights policy agenda is everything that we have not achieved in the old labor civil rights policy agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Austin. You really touched on kind of this quest for freedom in terms of economic freedom, and Black people can't really be free until we are economically free. So with that being said, we are very happy to have Dr. Foner back on the line, and we want to go back to being grounded and also having that historical literacy and framework. So I am going to repeat the question, Dr. Foner, and then I'm going to hand it over to you. So, Dr. Foner, you are the foremost historian on a little too known part of American history called Reconstruction. As we think about the challenges and opportunities in front of us and the potential for a broad policy agenda in the form of a Civil Rights Restoration Act, as we think about Confederate statutes coming down, we want to look back and we want to ground ourselves. We want to examine society before those statutes were erected, to learn from the experiences of the courageous Americans who rebuilt this country, who were also multiracial, who were also inclusive. So Dr. Foner, we're going to try this again. May we please have your insights and your thoughts, please.
Okay, thank you, Kenya. Is this working now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you quite well. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Let me thank, first of all, Professor Barbara Ransby for her kind words, because even though you couldn't hear me, I could hear her. And I will just say that as a teacher for many, many years, one of the most, what shall I say, rewarding aspects of teaching is finding brilliant students from whom you learn a lot. And I learned a lot from Barbara Ransby over the decades that she's been such a prominent historian. So thank you, Barbara. Reconstruction, the period after the American Civil War, when the first real effort to create the United States as a multiracial democracy took place, the issues of Reconstruction are still on our agenda today, whether it's who should be a citizen, who should have the right to vote, what is the relationship we just heard a minute ago between political democracy and economic democracy. All those are Reconstruction questions. And during Reconstruction, the first point I want to make, and this relates back to what both Barbara Ransby and Michelle Burris just said, the people who created this effort to make this a real democracy, it was a grassroots multiracial movement. African Americans were activists in helping to set the agenda, the political agenda of the country, both in demanding emancipation during the Civil War and then pressing for a broad definition of equality after the Civil War. They had many white allies, white abolitionists, white radical Republicans. We might want to think a little bit about the radical Republicans in Congress, people like Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens, and how they operated in Congress in the Reconstruction era, because we have a group in Congress today of the Progressive Caucus, or whatever you want to call it, of course, the Congressional Black Caucus. They're not a majority of Congress, nor were the radical Republicans, but they understood that their role was to put forward an ideological program, as is being done today with this idea of a new Civil Rights Restoration Act. They knew they were not going to get every single thing they wanted. They understood when to stick to principle, when to compromise, when to say we will take half a loaf now and then we'll be back next year to demand the other half of the loaf. And I think, and they worked both within and outside the political system at the same time. They were in Congress, they were making laws, they were also out in the streets. And what was happening in the streets, North and South, particularly in the South during Reconstruction, where the vast majority of African Americans lived, reverberated in Washington. So, you know, I would like to see some of our members of Congress now actually think about how the radical Republicans operated, how they managed to achieve so much, even though they were by no means a majority of the Congress. They achieved the three constitutional amendments that really fundamentally transformed the Constitution during Reconstruction. The 13th, which irrevocably abolished slavery in this country. The 14th, which created birthright citizenship for just about anyone born in the country, regardless of race or the status of their parents or their religion or any other characteristic. And the 15th, which tried to guarantee the right to vote for African American men throughout the country. All of those amendments had, you might say, flaws. The 13th included this famous now criminal exemption that involuntary servitude could continue for people convicted of crime, which opened the door to the vast system of convict labor in the South after Reconstruction. The 14th introduced the word male for the first time into the Constitution. The 15th banned the use of race in denying people the right to vote, but allowed many other modes. First of all, sex, of course. It did not extend the right to vote to women, but poll taxes, literacy tests, all sorts of allegedly non-racial methods that were used around the turn of that century to disenfranchise the Black voters in the South. But nonetheless, these constitutional amendments and the civil rights legislation of Reconstruction really transformed the whole American political system, the status of Americans as citizens, and the relationship between Americans and the government. Now, like the second Reconstruction, which we just heard about, Reconstruction did not succeed in addressing the economic plight of millions of people coming out of slavery with no wherewithal, no, education, generally speaking, no property. And the effort to give a foundation to African-American freedom with land, the famous 40 acres and a mule, did not succeed, just as we just heard, the economic agenda of the March on Washington and the movement of the 1960s did not succeed either. And that's part of the agenda which we still have to live up to today. But Reconstruction also, at the very beginning, Michelle was mentioning about intense opposition, even at this very moment of change now. And Reconstruction certainly faced that, the violent counter-revolution by the Ku Klux Klan and other such terrorist organizations. And another thing that is relevant to the moment, the way the Supreme Court, a conservative Supreme Court over time, basically eviscerated the constitutional amendments or allowed them to become dead letters, basically, in the states. Allowed the right to vote to be taken away from Black voters. They allowed the states to introduce racial segregation and many other forms of inequality. And as I say, they allowed involuntary labor to continue via the criminal exemption in the 13th Amendment. This history shows us what can happen to your rights, even when they're enshrined in the Constitution, in the hands of a conservative Supreme Court. But the architects of Reconstruction had put into the Constitution, in all three amendments, a clause or a section saying that Congress would have the power to enforce these amendments. They thought it was the role of Congress, not the courts, to interpret these terms like equal protection of the law and the privileges and immunities of citizens. And I think Congress should, and I hope will, go back to those amendments now and pick up the enforcement power that was put into the Constitution during the Reconstruction period. I'm just going to stop, and I hope to answer some questions later, but I'm going to stop by saying that to my mind, there is a kind of an unused latent power in the 3 constitutional amendments of Reconstruction that can be revived, even though the Supreme Court has never done it, can be revived to give a kind of a legal underpinning to the kinds of changes that we have been, or measures that we have been hearing about in this panel. So, you know, they're there, even though those amendments were basically abrogated for a long time. They are still in the Constitution. They still have latent power, and they certainly would allow Congress to take the far-reaching actions that that we've heard about to really bring about a greater degree of racial justice in this country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Foner, for outlining this historical perspective so comprehensively and so thoughtfully. I want to underscore that you said in Reconstruction, it was at the grassroots level. It was a multiracial coalition, and that's what we have seen in the past month, really at a global level, particularly here in the United States. We have seen coalitions of multiracial people coming together. You also said, Dr. Foner, what did not succeed? What were the unmet demands of the March on Washington? So with that, I want to transition over to Pastor Francois. Pastor and Reverend Francois, you are a pastor, you are an activist, you are a leader, and if I may add, you are also one of my Morehouse brothers. What about this conversation resonates with you and your experiences? Can people really organize around racial justice? Can we really build multi-coalitions and win? And I may add, how can we hold our congressional leaders accountable, as Dr. Foner alluded to? So Pastor Francois, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks so much. It's been deeply enriching to just be able to eavesdrop on the conversation so far, and so thank you, Michelle, for your leadership in marshaling us through these very necessary ideas. I think that to speak from my experience as a leader, it's always important as a millennial who is deeply connected to and committed to the movement for Black Lives, as one of the charter members of the Movement for Black Lives here in Atlantic City, and the kind of the dissonance that often exists between the faith community and the movement for Black Lives, is always important for me as that type of leader to center my experience as a religious leader, particularly one that comes from the heritages of Black religion in the United States, because it is that Brush Harbor religion that started not on the plantation, but started in the clearings of the antebellum South, that created this radical, rebellious religious imagination that caused people to believe that there was something about this oppressive form of Christianity that could be used to dehumanize, but also could be used to mobilize and humanize people who were victims of said religion. And so I think that when we're talking about this, the movement to reimagine America, and to think about that second Reconstruction period, it's important to talk about the role of the faith community, particularly the Black faith community, in the realizing, that the very limited realizing, but more realization of democracy that we got in the 50s through the early 70s, and that this is work that comes from people who are a part of Black churches. And I'm not just saying that to center the male androcentric leadership of Black churches, because we know the civil rights movement was much more than John Lewis. As much as we love him, it was much more than C.T. Vivian. It was much more than Martin Luther King Jr. It was really those women and young people who were pouring out of the pews into the streets, pouring out of grandmother's house and out of classrooms, into lunch counters, into jails, that really helped to put pressure on this country, put pressure on a president, on at least 2 presidents particularly. So I think it's important to name how one of the heritages that I carry into social justice work is that of a faith leader, and seeing Black church folk, Black Christians, these mothers and missionaries, the women's movements that existed, the Black women's movement that existed in the National Baptist Convention of America and the U.S., and the women's movement that existed in our churches, that these mechanisms, these practices actually help to make the Black churches, not to say that the Black church is monolithic in any way, because we know there are many Black churches that are currently not interested in social justice and were not interested in social justice in the 60s. But to name the fact that Black churches, particularly those who have been committed to civil rights and social justice, have served as first responders of democracy. When Black folk were dealing with democratic grief, because democracy was not created to protect them or to incorporate them in any way. It was this radical love of democracy that you find in people like C.T. Vivian, like John Lewis, who were deeply Christian, who come and to repair, protect, and save democracy from the American experiment with white supremacy. And so I think it's important to name that what this current movement, this current motivation toward this third Reconstruction, this new civil rights era is going to require the kind of moral imagination that exists in Black faith communities, but also this kind of radical, rebellious sacrifice that people are willing to engage, to put their bodies on the line, the way we saw in Ferguson, the way we saw in Baltimore, and even the way we've seen in the current iteration of the movement for Black lives. And so what has to happen is that there has to be a very clear centering of Black voices, Black priorities, and Black values in the movement. The movement is to be multiracial, but non-Black allies, particularly white allies, have to figure out what it means to follow in this moment and not co-opt and lead, which is one of the dangers that I often see with predatory allyship, is that there's certain allies who seem well-intentioned, but there's this myth that they know more about what is needed, what Black folk need, what Black folk value. And so there has to be this radical centering of Black values, Black lives, Black joy, Black priorities, and that white folk learn how to support and not co-opt, right? And so in New Jersey, we are working on desegregating our schools. And in our progressive state, we are, depending on what stat you're looking at, we are the fourth or the sixth most segregated schools in the country, more segregated than the entire former Confederacy. And we've been able to amass a multiracial movement that is predominantly Black, being led by Black and poor folk, but all obviously needs the support, the resources, the presence, because optics do matter as well in movement building of our white allies. And so in this particular moment, even speaking as a faith leader, is that while I understand the power and significance of Black church activism and Black church organizing, I believe that we're in a moment where the roles are actually shifting, is that the Black church institutionalism and Black church resources are not necessarily supposed to drive movements in this Reconstruction, in this civil rights era, but in many ways, it's supposed to support the kind of prophetic engagement that's already happening on the ground, the courage that is already happening from young folk who are in colleges and from young folk who are just coming from what we call the hood, trying to just reclaim a sense of political and economic dignity and independence that has not been freely given to them. And so if we're going to build this multiracial coalition, it's still going to require this faith, this moral faith component, but that faith component doesn't have to be in the front, because there's something about this movement that is radically decentralized that I think for the better, and we have to figure out how to center Black voices, center Black priorities, center Black agendas that are supported by our so-called allies. And part of this is going to also require the clear identification of who the enemies are, right? And not just the persons, but particularly the policies. It's interesting that right now there's, particularly on the ground, there's this radical lifting of Donald Trump as if he is the synecdoche of everything that is wrong with the US. But I mean, he's merely a symptom, because what has been wrong with this country has rarely been about personality and has really been about policy. And so if we're going to target the culprits, it has to be the naming of personalities, but seeing how they fit within this larger ideological policy community that is wreaking havoc on poor folk and Black folk. So I think, and I'll end here, but I want to tease something out particularly, and that is that if we're going to talk about another reconstruction, I think we have to finally do what W.E.B. Du Bois talks about, and that is realizing what he calls abolition democracy. It is one thing to abolish something that is destructive, or presume to abolish something that is dehumanizing and destructive. It's another thing to say what is going to replace that, right? And he makes the case that what is wrong with American democracy is that it ended slavery seemingly, right? Because we know slavery has remorphed in many times, particularly when we talk about the exploitation of Black labor and the limiting of Black freedom. You have the convict leasing system. You have now particular forms of Jim Crowism that denied Black labor and Black wage earning, and mass incarceration as it existed now, as the way Dr. Farner helped us to understand that the 13th Amendment really makes legal, right? But there has to be not just the destruction of certain forms of oppression, but we have to consider what institutions that we currently behold need to end today, and what new institutions need to crop up. Because abolition democracy is about the creative, forward-thinking construction of institutions and resources that protect these lives that were most vulnerable. So we have to start thinking, as soon as this call is done, as soon as this meeting is over, how are we centering Black lives? How are we using the moral imagination and the history of Black congregations as a background and as a wind to push movements forward and not to lead them? And how are we thinking about what needs to go, what needs to be abolished, and what needs to be reconstructed or constructed in its presence, and I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Reverend Francois, and thank you for eloquently and passionately talking about what we need in order to succeed. When we think about a second Reconstruction, a third founding, what I got from all of the speakers, particularly Dr. Ransby and from you, is that we have to look at it from an intersectional lens. We've already had our leaders lay the foundation, particularly Ella Baker, Congressman John Lewis, but we also must think about who is at the forefront now. How do we engage everyone, and what can be the shifting role of the Black church? I am now going to ask another question, and I'm going to transition over to Professor Orfield, but I'm also going to ask that all of our speakers please add on to this question. Essentially, this question asks about demands. What will it take to make this moment different? What will make it last? What do we have to do differently? When we think about abolitionist teaching and thinking, as Reverend Francois outlined, when we think about the role of women, the role of leaders, when we think about us as ordinary people at the grassroots level and in policy and in intellectual spaces, but also just everyday people, what would make it look differently? And I'm going to kick it off to you first, Professor Orfield. Please unmute yourself, Professor Orfield.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Just a little while ago, Chairman Bobby Scott said that he would like to work with us on the creation of a Civil Rights Restoration Act. Representative Clyburn said the same thing in this last year. In the last few weeks, we, Ted Shaw and I and John Britton and Mark Pierce have been consulting with civil rights organizations around the country, and they are very interested in these same ideas, to have an important civil rights bill, a dramatic civil rights bill, to try to take the offensive and turn the tide against the long period of redemption. The long period after the backlash of the second Reconstruction, which really began in the 1970s, has continued to this day. We're working with all of these organizations to create shape to this, and nothing will happen unless we are committed together to be involved to support these efforts. We need to be supportive in every way throughout all our organizations, through all our ability to fight and generate strength. But Title I, I think, is a broadly agreed upon part that would restore voting rights throughout the country. And it would be a dramatic effort to overturn the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County versus Holder. The pre-clearance requirements of the Voting Rights Act, which were eliminated in 2013, would be reinstituted by Congress and applied to all the states uniformly. Congress would require universal voting procedures for federal elections, including universal early voting in advance of elections, universal mail balloting, to all registered voters, in addition to in-person voting options and national automatic voter rolls. Funding would be provided to the states to implement universal vote by mail programs, post-incarceration voting restrictions on felons, which disproportionately burden Americans of color, would be forbidden by statute. The day of the federal general elections would be made a holiday for voting. These are just the beginning provisions. There'd be broad titles on reintegrating and reconstituting the power of Title VI, building on the work of Congressman Scott in trying to bring meaning to this. Part of this is the hope that the new administration will have a strong attorney general who will use the powerful tools of the civil rights laws, which have been neglected for generations. Congress will support school integration, will support magnet schools and a variety of programs. And a lot of this is, again, based on the ideas of Representative Scott and their work in progress. We're working on preventing police violence. The Department of Justice should be granted expanded authority to conduct civil rights investigations of police departments and oppose significant penalties, including compliance agreements when necessary. Congress should robustly fund these efforts. And a broad variety of federal oversight and civil rights oversight and civilian oversight of police conduct. Broad new universal housing choice and vouchers that people can use and that private landlords cannot deny, giving people, putting the ability to find housing into people's hands to support their ability to have a decent life and providing broad new opportunities. Working hard to institute testing to prevent private market discrimination. We talked a little bit about all the terrible redlining and mortgage lending discrimination that has been occurring throughout the country, really stiffening the penalties for those and allowing private rights of action to enforce the ending of mortgage lending discrimination and a powerful new enforcement of the Fair Housing Act. These are the basic titles of this, but I mean, in all of this, congressmen and activists have made it important that there are $300 million, or $3 trillion of stimulus that are yet to come, and many more. And all of these pieces of stimulus should be geared toward lifting up people in the most impoverished communities, implementing the most powerful affirmative action that we can within the provisions of the law, and targeting to make sure that they provide employment to the neediest people who are outside of the workforce. I think the idea is to take these stimulus, and in many ways, like the programs of the Great Society of 1960, and making all these stimulus subservient to the goals of civil rights and expanded opportunity, and making sure we're putting money in the hands of the poorest people that need them and allowing them universal housing choice. There's a lot of details to this, and a lot of things that need to be worked out, and it would be premature and improper to outline this agenda. But I think there is in the Congress a growing energy for a major bill on civil rights to unite workers' rights and civil rights. We have two of the most powerful congressional leaders that are very interested in working with on this. I think the question that we have is, can we add anything to the conversation? Can we, through our organizations of civil rights, through our organizations of labor, can we come to the table with strength to support their efforts and make sure that these bills are strong? We need to have, whatever happens, there needs to be in the future, whether this administration or not, new strong enforcement of the laws that exist. We have many powerful tools that were created and never used. And so I think that our opportunity is to work with Representative Scott, who's been a leader in all these issues, much like Adam Clayton Powell throughout the 50s, was filling the congressional books with legislation and ideas for enforcement. Congressman Powell introduced Title VI 7 times in the 1950s, and people thought it was crazy. But in 1964, it became the heart of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. So we have to work as a group. We have to work cooperatively with all the other civil rights and labor organizations. But we've got friends that want to do something big, that want to take this moment and make it into something significant, to reverse the terrible decisions of the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder, to reverse the terrible decision of the Supreme Court in Alexander versus Sandoval. Representative Scott talked about this, to use the stimulus to put money and jobs into the hands of people that need them in the poorest communities, and to make sure that discrimination can be rooted out throughout American society, and that police brutality can be a thing of the past.
Thank you, Professor Orfield. I'm going to open up this question to all of our speakers as we think about what can we do in this moment differently. This is a great segue into our next panel. I'm going to ask that if any of our speakers would like to comment, please do so. And if you could please limit your response to 1 minute, that would be great, as we have some great questions coming in and we want to make sure that we have time to get to all of them. So would anyone like to answer, what can we do differently in this moment for a restoration of the Civil Rights Act to succeed?
Well, I can begin. So right now there's a lot of energy and a lot of people are really concerned with addressing anti-Black racism in society, and that's wonderful. And I think it's really important that we work hard to channel that energy towards the themes that we've been hitting in this Civil Rights Summit, the issues of power and politics. There's a possibility, there's a risk of people really focusing on symbols and interpersonal interactions. All these things are important and significant and can be extremely offensive, but it's really important that we focus on on political power and policy, because that transforms the society. If we have the power, not only do we get to set the policy and set political and economic conditions, we can also get rid of the offensive symbols. We can do both, but it's really important that we address the power and the policy. And I just want to talk about the Trump administration is trying to rush the census. There's historically been an undercount of people of color in the census. Because of the COVID crisis and because of the rushing, that means there's a risk of the undercount being extreme this year. And that means that our political representation in Congress will be weighted extremely heavily towards the wider parts of the country, towards the wider districts. So that's a power grab. That's a white power grab. And it's really important that we don't allow that to happen. So it's really important that we keep our eyes on things like, okay, what's happening in the census? How can we make sure that people of color get their appropriate political representation in the redistricting process? So that's just one example. We can't devote all our energy towards symbols when there are these political power games going on. And Eric Foner has talked about the courts. You know, we let the courts go. That's a power structure that we lost because we weren't paying attention. I'll stop.
I'll just jump in to add a couple of things. You know, I think we need some intervention, right? Whether that's a civil rights bill or something else. I want to kind of hold up some grassroots legislative initiatives that have come out of the Movement for Black Lives. Gina Clayton Smith and other people on the Movement for Black Lives policy table have come up with something called the Breathe Act, breatheact.org. It has 4 different parts to it. One starts with ways that we can really take on the carceral state, and I think we ought to name it as that. You know, more people incarcerated than any society in history. That should alarm all of us. That is racialized. It's also a byproduct of class. Talking about investing in communities, we need a massive jobs bill. We need to listen to radical economists like Sandy Darity talking about reparations, Derek Hamilton talking about baby bonds. There has to be that level of redistribution. I think it is a unique moment. I mean, we have more white people in the streets. And I agree with my brother, Reverend Francois, you know, talking about we have to set the terms of allyship, or some of the young people call it accomplices rather than allies. But nonetheless, that's a game changer in places where there are no Black people, right? People had the moral wherewithal to say, I want to be on the right side of history. We need to take advantage of that moment and be very, very bold in what we put forward. Rashida Tlaib and Ayanna Pressley have become champions of the Breathe Act, and I think that's something we need to look at. We need to listen to Reverend Barber's provocations about the need to end poverty end poverty, not reduce poverty, not a few less, hungry children, but no hungry children in a country where we have, billionaires with so much excess. And then, this whole question, I like a lot of the things in the civil rights bill that Myron Orfield outlined, is certainly, enfranchising former felons, but also maybe even thinking, really radically democratically and enfranchising everyone who's incarcerated, that people don't become non-citizens, sort of reversing some of that 13th Amendment racism, that we actually enfranchise people even if they're serving time. Which of course a few states allow for, but not very many. I'll stop there. There's a lot more to say, but it's also a question. Let's listen to what's already happening. There are brilliant young people committed with a lot more energy and a lot more smarts than I have, who are up day and night trying to figure out how to improve their lives and ensure their future. And we need to be listening to their voices very, very carefully.
Hey, I want to underscore a thing or two, and then say something else. That one, I think that it's important, particularly as it relates to the courts. We've seemingly lost an imagination on how to use the judiciary for social change, and I say that as somebody who is deeply religious, and unfortunately, the way Christians are defined it has been monopolized by one a particular sect of Christianity, and they have figured out how to own this nation's judiciary for the one or two issues that they care about. And I think there has to be a reclamation of that kind of tactic that we saw with Brown v. Board, that we saw when these cases are being tried by Thurgood Marshall, that we have to figure out again. How do we leverage the courts? Not the politicization of the courts, maybe it's the freedomization of the courts. How do we now use the courts for real human freedom, which will require us to spend the next generation trying to get the courts back, because dude in the White House is pushed through nearly 300. And President Obama in his 8 years, got less than 100, I believe, if that number was correct in terms of judges that were confirmed. So we got to figure out, as people who are interested in progress and justice, we have to figure out how do we again use the courts for our benefit to at least push the conversation around certain legislative priorities. Another thing that has to be done is we need legislation that have real economic teeth and not just the kind of symbolism that we accept. Like, we need something with economic teeth, like baby bonds, like a jobs guarantee, maybe even like a universal, a guaranteed basic income. I don't know. We need to dream wildly about what our economic rights are. But and if we didn't have the great economist Dr. Austin on, I probably would have said something about MMT, modern monetary theory, and Stephanie Kelton and Dr. Garrity and Dr. Hamilton as well. But we have to stop accepting the economic orthodoxy that tells us there's not enough money to pay for this stuff. Because what we've seen during coronavirus and what we see during wartime is that when America wants to find money to pay for something, at the stroke of a key, it can bail out corporations. It can create wars that they don't say how we're going to pay for. So we have to have an economic imagination that is rooted in the idea that there is enough in America as a sovereign government and a sovereign money issuer. There is enough money in this country to handle the things that we say we care about, that we say we value.
Thank you so much, Reverend Francois. And with that, we're going to dive right into our questions, because we see a lot of amazing questions coming in and we want to make sure that we leave time for them. Our first question, Dr. Foner, you said that Reconstruction Congress was not a majority. Could you say more about how and with who they built alliances with to get historic and judicial legislation enacted? Dr. Foner.
I was slightly misunderstood, I think. I said the radical Republicans were not a majority. Republicans dominated the Congress all through that period, absolutely. But the radicals, the ones with the kind of vision that we just heard about in the previous answers, the ones who wanted not just incremental change, but fundamental change. The radicals were not a majority, but they had a clear vision. They knew how to build alliances. They knew how to compromise when necessary, but without violating their fundamental principles. And they knew how to use the system. These were people who had for many, many years been involved as a small minority, as abolitionists before the Civil War. They represented a fairly small number of people, but they had learned the lessons of how to seize the opportunity when it comes. So, I think a little reading of that history by current political, activists would be very valuable. I mean, these were people who, on the one, before the Civil War, one day they might be out in the streets fighting federal agents, sort of like today, who invaded cities trying to seize fugitive slaves and take them back to slavery. And mobs of people, or large numbers of people, fought against the rendition of fugitive slaves. And then a week later, they're in the halls of Congress or in the legislature trying to deal with legislation. In other words, they used all the different possible tactics. And I think that's a model that current day activists should take very seriously.
Thank you so much, Dr. Foner. Our next question, I'm going to direct it to Reverend Francois and also Dr. Ransby, and I'm going to ask if we can limit our responses, please, to a minute so we can get to a lot of questions. This question is, what can be done to encourage and educate the young voters to get involved and vote our way to Reconstruction? How do we harness the young people's energy?
Should I defer to my younger cohort there?
No, we want to hear from you too.
I don't know the person asking the question, their particular age, but I guess one of the things I've tried to be mindful of in this work that I've been doing and working a lot with younger people, my identity is not as an elder. I mean, there are old people with reactionary ideas and young people with reactionary ideals and older people with progressive and radical ideas and younger people with those. So that's not the main line of demarcation for me. I would also not just say sort of young voters. I mean, voting is one part of what we need to do, but it's actually not all that we need to do. If we think voting is the extent of our political participation, we're already half sunk. So, but for older people, I would say, I've tried to be, to the degree that I accept the elder title, a well-behaved elder, which is to say, I don't go into a space saying, you need to do this, I've been doing this 40 years, so forth and so on. I go and I listen. When I was interviewing people for my book on Ferguson and Black Lives Matter movement, I interviewed a lot of young people in Ferguson, and they were very critical of Al Sharpton, I have to say. But they were very enamored of my friend Angela Davis. And I said, well, actually Angela Davis is older than Reverend Sharpton. Is this a generational divide? And one young woman said to me, she said, no, we liked her better because she didn't come to mold us and scold us. So I think, this idea of what do we do about our young people? There are so many young activists and organizers who are also serious intellectuals and strategists. They're doing trainings. A group here in Chicago, the Black Abolitionist Network, trained 1,000 young people around how to do change related to police abolition, prison abolition a couple weekends ago. So I think one is our attitude about young people needs to shift. And then, there's a lot of strategies on the table going forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, I raised the question on whether electoral politics is what's going to save us. I'm not sure that that's really what's going to save us. But I mean, the franchise is really important. It is a hallmark of what a democracy is and how it works. So I do think that, I would love 100% participation in the democratic process and voting. But I do want to say, I'm not sure that electoral politics is the thing that's going to save us. But I also want to be clear that, when my mom was my age, she didn't vote, so I don't want, and she votes extensively now. She doesn't miss an election now. And so I don't want it to be that there's something about this generation of young people that's not voting, because I don't think that's quite true. And then my third point would be, what would really help if we had civics and government back in our public schools as a part of the core curriculum. Then they would understand what the vote means, how government works, how it's structured. And so the way that our public education curricula are set up is actually designed to disincentivize young people from voting.
Thank you, Reverend Francois. We're now going to move to a question, particularly for Dr. Foner and also Dr. Austin, if you could chime in. What would a second Reconstruction New Civil Rights Coalition look like today? What constituencies and institutions would have the self-interest and power needed to drive such an agenda?
Well, I think as we've been hearing from Barbara Ransby and others, any movement for significant change must draw on all sorts of kinds of people supporting it. I think the key, there are, as we've heard, a lot of white allies right now, whether you want to use the word ally, comrade, accomplice, it doesn't matter. People willing to support pretty significant change, far more than they would have maybe 6-8 months or a year ago. And I think it's very important to maintain that multiracial alliance here that has formulated itself after the death of George Floyd, et cetera. This does not mean African Americans taking a back seat or white people sort of determining the agenda for a movement. But in this country, despite what we all read about the growing diversity of the American population, people defined as white are still a majority, and one cannot accomplish anything without some white allies, I think. And just as in the Reconstruction period, as I said, you had white and black abolitionists, white and black radicals working together in significant ways. I think that's a very important aspect now of the struggle to really push forward racial justice.
Thank you so much, Dr. Foner. Dr. Austin, and then we're going to hopefully transition to one more question.
Okay, so yes, I agree with everything that Dr. Foner said. We need everybody. And as other people have said earlier in the summit, if we have a true just democracy, we're really improving the conditions of life for the vast majority of people in this country. So we talked about, I emphasized a lot Black unemployment, but of course, not only Black people suffer from unemployment and particularly high levels of unemployment. American Indians or Native Americans also suffer from very high levels of unemployment. There are white communities that suffer from high levels of unemployment. There are certainly Latino communities or Latinx communities that suffer from high levels of unemployment. A lot of these disadvantages are disproportionately felt by people of color, but none of them are exclusively felt by people of color, and none of them are exclusively harming African Americans. And that's the key thing. I mean, we have to communicate that, because a lot of people think that unfortunately, there's some sort of working class whites in particular who think that when there are policies that harm the Black working class, that they're not going to be harmed also. But in fact, almost always they're going to be harmed also. And we have to be better at communicating that these policies, destroying the Affordable Care Act, destroying Obamacare, like Representative Scott pointed out, is going to hurt a lot of white people. That's going to take away health insurance from a lot of white people. And we have to be better at communicating points like that.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. Reverend Francois, I'm going to ask you for a 20-second response, please, for this question, and then we're going to end this amazing discussion. If it is not the Klan or Trump that we are up against, then who are we up against? What institutions and what people?
Yeah, I mean, we're up against a culture of anti-Blackness, so an ideological framework that is a part of the DNA of this country. I mean, we have to remember that we live in a nation built on stolen land and stolen labor that is significantly anti-whiteness, anti-non-whiteness. And so I think we need to think about the ideologies and the cultures and that undergird these particular persons and animate these policy proposals. And we have to figure out how to undo them. And that's just me thinking as a person who understands power discursively and not necessarily as tangibly or non-discursively as some may.
Thank you so much, Reverend Francois. And with that, we are at time. I think this was a befitting transformative policy conversation in order to form a transformative policy agenda. So it is in our hands. I'm going to ask that you all please stay tuned. At 2 o'clock, we are going to have another panel titled, "What is to be done? How can we help? A new agenda for economic opportunity, racial justice, freedom, and inclusion." This panel has a unique Zoom link that should be in your emails. I look forward to engaging and Zooming with you all. So with that, thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organizers, and please have a lovely weekend.
And thanks.
I will kick it off to Professor Orfield.
And thanks to our great moderator.
You're welcome. Thank you. It was an honor to be here.
Yes.
I think we can.
Civil rights cases, and he's going to moderate our panel. And we have Naila Nazir from the Spencer Foundation, who comes from academia too, but is the head of one of the largest foundations that's interested in education reform. And she's going to be discussing education and equity in the coming years and after the Great Crisis. Mr. Raleigh, Otis Raleigh, is here from the Rockefeller Foundation, who has an extensive background in addition to philanthropy in managing large city and municipal programs and financing and housing programs, community development. He's also got an expertise on cities and is active there. And he's going to give us his insights about the aftermath of this summer and the coming civil rights challenges. We also have Fred Blackwell from the San Francisco Foundation, who is expert in all the things that we're going to talk about, but particularly housing. Before I hand it over, just to tell all the panelists, we've had a very rich and interesting panel. Our last panel was led by Eric Foner and Barbara Ramsby about the lessons that we could learn from the Reconstruction period after the Civil War and in the great second Reconstruction of the 1960s. They filled us with hope and interesting insights into this. We also had a wonderful discussion with Representative Bobby Smith, the chair of the House Education Committee this morning, who said he'd like to work with us and develop. Hello?
You said Smith, Scott.
I'm sorry, Bobby Scott. I'm sorry, I've had a long day. Bobby Scott, the chairman of the House Education Committee, and he said he'd like to work with us on comprehensive effort to think about how civil rights and labor rights can be reintertwined. This comes on the challenge we had last year from Representative Clyburn to think big about civil rights and labor and to think about how to pull together the interest groups and activists that have been coming to our conference to try to renew the movement that was so strong in the last period of significant civil rights reform. So with that little update, I'm proud to have you here and welcome you to your panel. I'm going to turn it over to John Powell, who's our moderator.
Good morning in California, afternoon in some places, and maybe evening in some places. So it's great to be here with all of you and be on this panel with my friends and colleagues. Many of you I've known for 30, 40 years. So it's been a great conference, and Paul and others ought to be complimented on the conference. I think a lot of people are thinking about, so what do we do now? And I just want to make sure, because I know we're going to have Mr. Trumka speaking. Is he speaking before the panelists or after? So if you can clarify that, then we can proceed.
I think Mr. Trumka was going first.
And is Mr. Trumka, head of the AFL-CIO? Are
yes,
you on?
Yes, I am.
Yes, the director of the AFL-CIO, the largest and most important labor union in the United States.
And have been at the forefront in many instances of civil rights and trying to make a more just society for close to 100 years. So let me turn it over to Mr. Trumka, and then we'll go back to the panelists.
Good afternoon. And first, thank you to the Workers' Right Institute at Georgetown University Law School, the University of Minnesota Law School's Journal of Law and Inequality, the Institute on Metropolitan Opportunity, and Building One America. Now, while I wish we were together, our solidarity, our love can't be contained in a single room. This week, Representative John Lewis wrote to us from beyond the veil of death.
He told us about a voice that he heard on a radio when he was in high school. That voice said, "We are all complicit when we tolerate injustice." Of course, that was the voice of Dr. Martin Luther King. But that's not all John Lewis told us. He challenged us to continue to build union between movements stretching across the globe because we must put away our willingness to profit from the exploitation of others. So we're gathered under the banner of a Jesuit institution, and in those words, I hear echoes of our Jesuit Pope Francis. It's in that spirit of solidarity, of defiance of injustice, and yes, of love of each other and our country that we gather today. In a moment, we'll join several foundation leaders. All of us represent institutions, but our institutions are more than institutions. You see, we're moral visions and legacies, and we've been and must be the foundations, the seed beds of a great movement, a movement for racial and economic justice that's on the verge of sweeping across America. Now, many of you know I first went to work in the coal mines of Western Pennsylvania. I'm a proud member of the United Mine Workers of America. And in 1890, at our founding convention, the United Mine Workers banned discrimination against any member based on race, color, creed, and national origin. See, we never had a Jim Crow local in the mine workers because we learned the hard way that the miners treated us all equally. And by equally, I mean bad. So yes, the United Mine Workers is an institution, but we're also a moral legacy. And so are the institutions represented by leaders here today, like Darren Walker of the Ford Foundation. See, during the Civil Rights Movement, the Ford Foundation supported public defenders, legal aid, and litigation to advance racial justice, just as the steelworkers paid Dr. King's bail, just as the auto workers paid for the microphones that John Lewis and Dr. King spoke into during the March on Washington. And yet our institutions bring complex legacies to the table. The labor movement had segregated locals. We were involved in episodes of racial violence. We must acknowledge our own painful pasts and recognize how the past shapes the present. That's what confronting structural racism requires. And we have a moral obligation to get it right, to make Dr. King's dream our future, to live for the causes John Lewis marched for, to win a better day. Because change is coming in America. I can feel it. I see it when I look at the House of Labor, which is now on Black Lives Matter Plaza. I see that change when I look at streets full of young people demanding justice, on picket lines and in voting booths. I see a better day coming. In that better day, no one will live in fear of violence at the hands of those who are sworn to protect them because they are Black or because of their sexual orientation or identity. In that better day, no one will fear being fired because they demand a safe workplace or speak out for justice on the job. In that better day, we won't have to fear that our votes won't be counted or our democracy, the democratic republic, attacked, whether by armed men in the streets or robed judges in the courts. In that better day, the fruits of our labor and the wealth of human invention will not be pocketed by a handful of billionaires, but will be the foundation of better lives for disenfranchised Americans. The future may feel unattainable right now because the pandemic is getting worse by the day. Every day we hear more economic suffering, fed by the politics and economics of immense inequality. And the cancer of structural racism continues to eat away at our country. It's shaping who lives and dies from the virus, who must work and who can stay safe, who has health care and who dies. This moment demands that we decide which side we're on, because together we have a moral obligation to confront these truths. We can't deny this virus has disproportionately sickened and killed Black people. People of color, especially women of color, are more likely to be out of our job. And make no mistake about it, economic inequality is racially structured. Coronavirus is only the latest tragic reminder of that. The rules are written to benefit those at the top, and those at the top are overwhelmingly white. The Supreme Court favors business over people. It continues to gut voting rights laws, and that entrenches systematic racism deeper into the fabric of our society, and it exacerbates the inequality of power. It feels like we're on a trajectory towards greater inequality of power, greater inequality of income, and greater inequality of opportunity, and that the result will be catastrophic. So we must stop this. We must make structural change. And we've done it before in America. Never perfectly, but we've done it. We fought a civil war, and propelled by the courage and determination of free slaves in uniform, we ended slavery. In the Great Depression, millions of Americans rose up and demanded industrial democracy. For decades in this country after that uprising, economic inequality declined, driven by the economic and political power of the collective bargaining system that men and women, like my parents, literally bled for. And we honor John Lewis because he was a great leader in America's civil rights movement and our moral compass. We went from being a country where John Lewis protested whites only signs to a country where John Lewis became the conscience of Congress. You see, we're on the verge of a moment when structural change can happen. But our institutions have to be the incubators, the funders, the midwives of change. So when I say we need to confront these crises, I mean we must coordinate our work. We must do as John Lewis asked us and continue to build unity between movements. And let's be honest with ourselves. We haven't really done enough to build that unity. So if we want bold structural change, if we hunger for that better day, we can't keep living in our own little worlds. As large as we think our institutions are, as powerful as we think they are, by ourselves, we can't defeat white supremacy nor bring the structural change needed to reverse inequality. We face the challenge of the coronavirus, of the wreckage structural racism and economic injustice have wrought, of the 2020 election. Let's remind ourselves what Dr. King once said about that which we seek to change. He said, our needs are identical with labor needs: decent wages, fair working conditions, livable housing, old age security, health and welfare measures, conditions in which families can grow, have education for their children, and respect in their community. That's why Negroes support labor's demands and fight laws which curb labor. That's why the labor hater and the labor baiter is virtually always a twin-headed creature, spewing anti-Negro epithets from one mouth and anti-labor propaganda from the other. 60 years after Dr. King spoke those words, they echo today. In the warehouses, in the nursing homes, in the schools where students and educators are being forced to work in unsafe conditions, in detention centers where our government keeps children in cages, in the numbers that define our economy and our nation's health, the grotesque disparities in wealth and income that shape the lives of all working people, especially working people of color. Dr. King died bringing forth a new day. He died on a union picket line with African-American sanitation workers on strike for the right to collectively bargain. From the moment he was recruited by the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters leader in Montgomery to lead the bus boycott, to the moment he died on the balcony in Memphis, he lived the unity of movements. How can we do less in the face of the towering injustice, the terrifying threats, and the astounding opportunities of our moment in history? How can we not do everything in our power together to bring a new day? The torch lit by Dr. King was carried forward by Congressman Lewis. That torch is now ours to carry on together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trumpka. This is Myron Orfield here. I just needed to interrupt for 1 second to say that Darren Walker is not going to be on the panel today. He's expressed his regrets, but he did make a contribution. He says he's making a contribution to help support our efforts after the conference. He had a last minute business. I was a little disconcerted when I began. And I also wanted to especially thank Mr. Trumpka for coming today, the head of the largest and most important labor union in the country. And I think we missed telling him that Representative Bobby Scott was interested in working with us on building a strong new Labor and Civil Rights Restoration Act. With that, I'm going to withdraw and leave the panel to John Powell.
Thanks again, Myron. First of all, before we start, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to make maybe a 2 or 3 minute statement just about, I'll make a few friendly remarks myself and then turn it over to you. I know Naila, we're good friends and colleagues. I used to be her boss, then she was my boss, and then she left. Fred and I go way back. So I will be calling them by their first name, but I want to make sure, Mr. Trumpka, is it okay to call you Richard or Dick or Mr. Trumpka?
Rich. Rich is fine.
All right. And Otis, is it okay to call you?
Oh, this is fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Names are important, and I don't want to call anybody out of their name. We've seen a lot of that in the past. As Rich suggested, we have gone through a very long struggle in this country. The labor movement, civil rights movement, women's movement have all been at the heart of it. We're at a point now where we're facing multiple pandemics. It started with, most recently with COVID-19. In the midst of being locked down, literally half the world being locked down, we saw the uprising here in the United States. And now we're seeing the country, in a way unprecedented, focus on not just racism, but anti-Black racism. But we're also seeing a pushback. I live here in the Bay Area. Pastor McBride, Fred will know Pastor McBride, his church, someone tried to set his church on fire recently as he has a Black Lives Matter sign out. We have organizers in the movement who literally don't sleep at the same place for over a week because of death threats. We also have death threats to healthcare workers. So we're seeing all this energy for change, this opportunity for change, but we're also seeing tremendous pushback from the President of the United States suggesting that maybe we have to postpone the election, to calling in federal marshals to storm the streets. So it could go either way. And so some people think it's a violation of their constitutional right to be asked to wear a mask during the middle of a pandemic. And as we look at the data, those people are disproportionately white and disproportionately Trump supporters. At the same time, though, we see a white America, Black America, Latinx America, and Asian, Native American, and people all over the world trying to join hands, trying to say this is different, trying to say this is all of our fight. And we've never seen this level of coalition or intensity in the history of the country. By some accounts, 20 million people have participated in the demonstration. And when the Kerner Commission was written in 1968, it chronicled that 170 plus demonstrations that happened in the United States in 67 and 68. We're already over 2,000 in the United States alone. It's much more multiracial. People from labor, people from corporate America, generals and ex-generals in the Army. So something is going on that's really profound. There's a lot of energy to go forward, and yet there's tremendous energy and leadership from the top to go backwards. And so one of the questions I'm going to be coming to you with, and you don't have to address this in your opening remarks, but I do want us to think about how do we actually build something that's lasting, that's more enduring, that actually avoids the backlash of the 1960s, that avoids the backlash of the Reconstruction, that avoids the backlash of the Civil Rights era. We've seen these things look like we're about to go and really build, as President Obama used to say, a more perfect union, as Lincoln suggested, showing our better angels, only to watch us go backwards. And I think many of you already have been doing this work. Funding plays a critical role, education plays a critical role. So I just want to give you a chance, let's say 2 or 3 minutes, and just opening comments, and then we'll come back to some of these questions. And Otis, if we could start with you.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the opportunity to lend a voice to those comments. And Rich, I really appreciate the comments that you made. My name again is Otis Rowley. I'm from the Rockefeller Foundation, and for more than 100 years, the foundation has worked to really try to advance racial equity in America, because it's core, really very much core to our values. Going back more than a century, our organization has been imperfect, yet consistent as a supporter of the cause. In fact, the Rockefeller tradition of supporting racial equity started even before the foundation opened its doors, with our founder supporting historically Black colleges and universities when they were the only avenue for young African-American women and men to pursue higher education. Spelman College is actually named after John D. Rockefeller's wife, Laura Spelman, and her parents. When modern medicine was in its infancy in the early 20th century, and schools refused to admit Black students, we helped to create medical schools at HBCUs and train generations of African-American doctors and nurses. And when Jim Crow prevented 7 in 10 African-Americans in the South from voting in the 60s, we supported the Southern Regional Council to create groundbreaking voter education project, and which was led at the time by civil rights icon, the late John Lewis. So we helped to register more than 300,000 new voters then. And also when Black mothers who relied on America's social safety net came under attack in the early 1980s, we partnered with community-based organizations to help provide job training, placement, et cetera. So we recognize, and from our very beginning to this day, how important it is to include equity and economic opportunity in our work, and have tried and continue to try. I have the pleasure of leading the Equity and Economic Opportunity Initiative within the foundation. And of the 4 pillars, it is the only one that is focused exclusively in the United States. And part of our emphasis and our work and our focus is trying to create access to capital and credit for BIPOC, for Black, Indigenous people of color, and the efforts that we do both on the policy side as well as our place-based initiatives. Our team has sought to do this work in a way that builds capacity, builds competency, and supports people at the community level. So I'm excited about being part of this conversation and sharing what we are trying to do, both in our successes and our failures, and as we pursue an effort to become a much more anti-racist organization.
You're muted, John.
Thank you. Before turning to Naila, I want to remind the listeners and watchers that you can send questions. We had to make some adjustments because we think we got Zoom bombed, but still we want to watch your questions, and we'll be collecting them and trying to respond to them. And also, Paul mentioned that we had over 500 people register, and they're from all walks of life, grassroots, grad stops, all over the country. So we're sorry can't be there with you in person, but we're glad to have you virtual, and we're glad for your participation. So Naila.
Great. Good afternoon. It's good to see everyone. I'm honored to be here. I appreciate those comments, Otis and John, your really compelling opening about this moment. And I think I want to dig into that a bit, because I think it's important to hold that progress always has happened in this country in fits and starts, right? Progress isn't linear. And so this moment is both a similar moment to those that we've had in the past where things open, right? Vanessa Seidel-Walker, who's an historian of education, writes about the teachers who were also activists around educational change in the 1940s and 50s. And she argues that when there were openings, they dug into the work. And when it didn't look like progress could be made in certain political moments, they planned for the next opening. And so I think that thinking about the cyclical rhythm of social change work is really important. Having said that, I think this moment is special in a particular kind of way, both because it is particularly dire and because the openings feel broader based. We're seeing that it's really no longer possible to ignore the extreme levels of racial and social inequality in this country. And to the point where we are seeing multiracial, multi-generational coalitions of people taking to the streets. And I think that is something I have not seen in my lifetime. And I think for me, it offers a particular kind of promise. I think we're also seeing a new national language and voice around these really critical issues. I was struck in the wake of the unrest after George Floyd's killing with the number of companies and foundations and schools and district leaders that felt compelled to put out statements underscoring their own commitment. So it feels to me like the work is to translate that emotional commitment into action so that we are really working together to push for social change. And I think it's also interesting that COVID-19 has made all of these issues so much more dire, and we're a lot less distracted than we were prior to that. And I also would just say for me, and I'll dig into this a little bit later in the panel, that education has a really key role in this social change moment in a number of ways. So I'm excited to talk with you and hear what other panelists have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Naila. And now we have a chance to hear from Fred Blackwell. And Fred, as you've worked on these issues for decades, and you're not even that old. But it's been a pleasure working with you around housing, education. You've been a leader both in the organizing world, but also in the funder world. So why don't you share with us how you think about some of these issues now?
Yeah, great to be with everybody this morning, still morning on the West Coast. And John, always good to see you, and you too, Naila. I really want to build on, I think, what everybody else has already said, including you, John. Like you said, I have grown up in a family who has been fighting for racial equity and justice. And so this stuff is stuff that I've seen for a while. We've seen different iterations of it. And I have to say, I have a love-hate relationship to the moment that we are in right now. And, on the hate side of it, like kind of what you mentioned, once again, when COVID struck, what we saw was predictable. Disproportionate impact on communities of color, within that community, disproportionate impact on Black folks. And then we started to see the economic fallout associated with sheltering in place and quarantines and all that. And then again, we bear the brunt of the economic impact, as Rich pointed out in his opening. And so, we started with that, and it was just so frustrating. I'm sure it was as frustrating for others as it was for me to see yet again us coming up on the short end of the stick on the health and economic side of this stuff. Then as we're sitting at home, we see first a white woman in Central Park weaponize law enforcement as a way to threaten a Black man who's a bird watcher. And so your blood starts to boil a little bit more. And then as we're home and we're lamenting that and saying, what's going on? Don't these folks take a break even during a pandemic? We get to watch almost 9 minutes of an officer put his knee on somebody's neck with his hand in his pocket and a smug look on his face. And we all know at that moment, it's the same system that produced those disproportionate health and economic impacts, the same system that allows a person in Central Park to weaponize law enforcement on a Black person that allowed him to do that. And I think that for me just was disgusting. And to see the lack of federal leadership on the one hand to address some of these issues, and then on the other hand, see federal leadership fan the flames of division during that period, I think was just too much for folks. And so that's the hate part. But what I love, and absolutely love, was to see young people in particular take to the street and say enough is enough. And to do that in a multi-generational kind of way, to do that in a multi-racial, multi-ethnic kind of way, and to do it in a way that cuts across other characteristics that are used to divide us, like sexual orientation, sexual preference, sexual identity. All that stuff is kind of coming to the front. We've seen in this moment in some cases, the kind of transformative solidarity that we've always hoped for. And I think that has been wonderful. I also love the fact that we are having different conversations in our institutions and willing to have, and at least for now, sit in the discomfort associated with conversations in this country about race. And so that's another thing that I love. The question, and I think this is the question for the panel and what we'll get into, is whether what is definitely a different moment will be able to be sustained in a way that will lead to the transformative change that we need.
Thank you, Fred. And that's the very next question I want to lead off with and go back to Rich. And again, we've seen something like this. I agree with Naila and others. We never seen anything exactly like this. Someone said it's like 1918 and 1968 meet up in 2020. But in the past, again, we've had these, the Kerner Commission, we had the commission after Rodney King, and some legislation, some movement, but not enough. And then we fall back to earth. And we see sometimes then going backwards. Even after Brown, we saw an opening, and then we saw work in the South, and all of a sudden, all the school segregation reasserted itself. We saw the labor movement play a leading role, and then the labor movement itself grapple with issues in terms of racism and a drop in the labor movement. So, Rich, how do we make this time different? How do we actually not only make this a different moment, but a different outcome? How do we sustain this? You're on mute right now.
I'm sorry. John, I'll answer that question probably in two parts. One about the AFL-CIO and the labor movement, what we're trying to do to make sure this isn't a passing moment, but the rise of an opportunity. And then the second thing is when you look at it in a bigger sense, there are actually two components when you're out there. There's a movement, and if you're all movement, the movements come and the movements subside. And then you have institutions that are there forever, but sometimes they ossify. They get ossified and they don't move at all. The trick, I think, is to have enough movement and enough institution that it's sustainable. And we're looking to build those partnerships so that we can provide education, mobilization, resources, but without being sort of an anchor around the neck of a movement. We want to grow the movement but we want to have enough institution so we can sustain the movement going forward. And to do that, we're reaching out to partners to build real partnership in this fight to end racism. Our goal is to be the tip of the spear when fighting racism. The labor movement has to be at the very tip of the spear, not down in the middle of the shank, but at the tip of the spear, and that's where we're going to be. So I just started a race commission on racial, or a task force on racial justice, and it will do several things. First, it'll look at us internally and see what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. And, you know, we represent police and we represent everybody else. And so we're going to have those conversations. We're going to be a transformational agent, a change agent, so that we can change the culture of police and then engage with communities to try to find out what public safety means to them. Not us try to define it, but go to the community and say, what does public safety have to mean to you, so that we can then try to provide that level of community safety for everyone. Everyone, no matter what you look like, no matter who you love or who you worship. And so we're doing that. The second part is we're looking at all of our institutions, all of our affiliate organizations, all of our affiliates, all of our constituency groups to make sure that we're doing what's right there and having the right conversations. And then again, the third part is we're reaching out to the community itself. And so when I said in my opening speech that institutions, all of us have sort of been too self-centered, I really mean that. All of us have been doing good work, but that good work hasn't changed things. We're only going to make change when all of us come together to do that good work. And we sort of have a common image and a common demand, and we're willing to make the sacrifices to provide the resources and to step back sometime, to say, I don't have to be the leader in this one. Somebody else can be the leader. I want to be the follower because I want to help get to the goal. And the goal is to end racism so that every person, regardless of what they look like, who they worship, who they love, where they come from, has a fair and equal opportunity in this country and is not denied that opportunity for any illegitimate reason.
So Rich, time is sort of slipping by really fast, and I want to get the other panelists in, but I want to just stick with you for one more minute. A lot of the work we do at the Institute, Othering and Belonging Institute, is about bridging, bringing people together who might otherwise seem very different. So you mentioned the police. Sometimes when we talk about race in this country, white people feel like they're being left out, and sometimes they are being left out. So how do we actually build something? And I know you work with my colleague and friend, Ian Haney Lopez, and he says it's not race or class, it's race class. We have to hold on to both of those things at the same time. But how are you working on that in the labor movement to make it real so that people realize this is for everybody, it's not just for one group, even though we may take it through the lens of racism and anti-Black racism?
We're actually dividing all the groups up and saying there's racism in every one of us. There's racism among whites, there's racism among Blacks, there's racism among browns. Let's talk about it. Let's have that conversation. It's going to be a tough conversation. John, it'll be the second time that we had it. Right after Ferguson, I went across the country and we were having conversations about race during that period of time. And I never forget, we were in Birmingham, Alabama. And when we went in, we had white members and we had members of color in there. And it looked like a high school or 8th grade dance. You know, all the white people were on one side, all the people of color were on the other. And I made everybody come together. And for the first hour, nobody wanted to talk. Everybody was afraid to talk because they were afraid that if they'd say something wrong, they'd get attacked. But then all of a sudden, this trust started to develop among that group. They actually started opening up their hearts and talking to one another. That's where we want to get to. We want to have a conversation where we open up our hearts and we talk. And I can say something to you without you making me feel illegitimate or you attacking me, so that then we can reconcile the feelings. Because most of the time, what we found was it's based on misconceptions and misperceptions. about people and about things. And when you brush past that, they really do realize that there are so many more things that connect us together than the few things that divide us apart. And we're trying to instill that from top to bottom with the leadership and with our rank and file, and then with the community to have that conversation. The conversation with the police unions is the same way. You come in, and if all you do is attack the police union and say you're all bad, you really aren't. They really aren't all bad. You know, our unions, our police forces are made up of people of black, brown, yellow, red, every other thing. They're gay, they're straight, they're men, they're women. They do everything, and bringing them together to say, how do we change? Because there are bad elements there. There are bad elements. Most of you are good people, but there are bad elements. And how do we empower you to help us eliminate those bad elements? How do we empower you to communicate with the community to find out what it is the community needs? Not what we think they need, but what do they need? And so it's going to be hard work. And I can tell you this, we're committed for the long term. This is, and when the COVID comes and goes, the spotlight is not going to go off of this as far as we're concerned, because we have institutionalized this in the AFL-CIO and in our union movement.
Thank you. So Otis, let me turn to you. So you mentioned that, and I'm well aware of Rockefeller's history in terms of helping with voting. James Baldwin said, not everything we face can we change, but nothing will change unless we face it. And so even as we sort of face race, doesn't mean it's going to change. And President Obama, in his eulogy to Congressman Lewis, noted that there are all these structures in place to make it harder for us to vote. And one of the things I wanted to lay on the table is we just had the potential re-enfranchisement of the largest number of voters since 1920, 1.4 million returning citizens of all stripes, all races. Actually, the majority of them are white, but a disproportionate number are black and brown. And they got 65% of the votes in Florida to change the Constitution to restore their voting rights. And as you know, the Republican legislature and the governor then said, you can't vote until you pay off all of your fines. So we still have a new poll tax. And one question I want to put out there, and Obama mentioned this the other day, and Michael Jordan, who historically have been shy about being public in these things, just said he's given $1 million to this effort. The figure that the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition is using is they need $100 million. So I just want to put that out there, but also what can funders do, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of leadership, also in terms of being a moral compass for our society, especially when we don't have the leadership from the White House?
Well, I think first and foremost, as funders, it is with our money. And so it is really making the determination to fund those types of things that are going to cause system change. I think when I look at what we're doing at the Rockefeller Foundation, part of it is not just past funding, but current funding that we're doing around voter education and voter empowerment that I'm excited about, and that I think will go towards the efforts that you're communicating about. But I also think it is, and I want to talk a little bit about what was mentioned earlier about not just seizing the moment, but how are we involved in this work for the long haul? So yes, we're putting our dollars towards voter education and voter outreach now, and in this moment. We've done it in the past, which is very important. But we're also doing certain things as it relates to the Rockefeller Foundation, which has been in existence for over 107 years, to invest in those types of things that are going to help us to also be an anti-racist foundation. So when you think about what we've done, both good and bad, acknowledging both the good and bad, you also have to think about how do you make sure that while this door is open, while this window of opportunity is open, and people are accepting for a brief moment the willingness to look in the mirror to address that man or woman in the mirror, how do you take advantage of that? And so one of the things that we're doing is over the next 12 months, we're going to be engaging in some deep work at the foundation, because it'll be great for us. We give away around $250, $275 million annually. And that's wonderful, right? And so we could take a portion of that and say, oh, well, 10 million, 50 million of it, 100 million of it is going to be allocated towards racial justice, which would be great. But I think what would be greater is for us to change as an organization and come out of it in a way so that all 275 million are now being allocated in a way that is anti-racist, that is respectful of and embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I'm excited. Our president is going to be talking about this soon, but this is some of the work that we are intended to do internally, securing that mask, as when back in the day when we used to get on these things called airplanes, but securing that mask first so that you can spread that oxygen to others. I think we also need to do that internal work to be anti-racist of the Rockefeller Foundation, so that our grant making, our partnerships, our perception of power can change and develop, not just in this moment, but for the long haul.
Thank you. Thank you. Naila, so education is at the center of this. And right now we're facing a big educational fight that would actually involve you and the unions, or should I say educators in the unions, as states are trying to open up without the right protection. The communities that will be hardest hit will be kids of color being forced to go back to school, where we still have the virus without protection. Teachers are saying, some of them are quitting, resigning. They said there was something like 1,300% increase in teachers requesting wills because some of them expect to die. And obviously you can't really we already had a deeply broken educational system. Detroit just got sued, and they won the suit saying kids were coming out of school illiterate. Detroit's a city where 80% of the students are Black. So how do you think about these issues? What can we do to sort of change this? We've been fighting this battle around education for a long time, and you're one of the great educators in the country. So what can we do about this?
Well, yeah, we've been fighting this battle halfway for a long time, and I think that what's interesting for me right now is everybody's home with their kids. And so there's this new appreciation for public schooling as an institution, for teachers and their levels of expertise and patience. And so it could, if galvanized, right, become a really important and kind of lightning rod moment to get to gather support for public education. That means a lot of things, right? That means, one, we've been defunding education for years and years. We fund education at lower levels than any other industrialized country, at any other industrialized country. And when you combine that with these high levels of racial and social inequality, situation where teachers in most major cities cannot afford to live. And so there are some major things to do around the funding of education, thinking about teacher salaries and building a teacher pipeline that's going to be qualified to teach the teachers, to teach the children of the next generation. And I think we're a bit of the way there around public support for public education, but much more ground needs to be covered there. We also, I think, are seeing, like in many other institutions and sectors, the deep, deep structural inequalities and the implications of those. Well, the way that I think that's played out in the public discourse has been around devices and access to broadband, but it goes much deeper in terms of access to qualified teachers, access to counselors, the way that the pipelines move from elementary schools to middle schools to high schools to college, that at every point in that pipeline, there's vast differences in the level of resources, which comes down to a couple of things. It comes down to how schools are funded and the mechanisms by which we fund schools. And it comes down to the high levels of segregation in our society and the way that that affords this unequal provision of educational access. But there's something else too around education that I think is showing itself and is really, really important for us to not forget about. And that's the content. What is being taught, right? Because we've been in this to kind of back to basics, heavy testing around basic subjects, stop, not doing social studies because you're doing reading and math because you want the kids to pass the test. And I think to some degree, we are seeing the fruits of that strategy, which is that you have citizens that don't really understand how to be engaged, don't have the historical knowledge, don't have the knowledge of how governmental institutions run, the importance of voting, the respect for science and evidence. And so there's a bigger piece around content. Essentially, schools were structured for an industrialized age to create workers. And I think another kind of upside in this moment is as schools recede from the center in some ways, and families and communities are also engaged in the education of young people, I think we will see a move towards what is the learning and what's the content that people really need to fully realize their potential, to fully engage as citizens. And so I think it's a really critical moment for education on a number of levels. And I did want to say something about, you were asking kind of what's necessary in this moment. And I was thinking that one of the really interesting things that is starting to emerge that we have to figure out how to leverage is coalitions and collaborations across sectors, across institutions, across types of organizations, where I think we're seeing in philanthropy new kinds of partnerships with grassroots organizations, with community change organizations. And that I think is going to be really key in having solutions that we can all wrap our arms and funding around to move in a direction together. So I'll end there, leave space for others.
So we're getting close to the end. I want to invite the listeners to send questions. I haven't seen any of them. I know it's a wonky way to do it because we're not going to have the chat function happening, but I want to encourage you. Before we turn to Fred, there's one more question, Ayla. You spoke about content. I don't know if you've seen the latest data, but they said more than 50% of the millennials or young people, millennials and generation, what is it, Z now? How far down the alphabet? More than 50% said they don't know how, they don't feel equipped, they're not educated in terms of using mail-in voting. More than 50, and millennials are the largest single group in the country right now. I just found that staggering. It's like, first of all, I don't think of mail-in voting necessarily as being all that difficult, although I know some people in this country would like to make it extremely difficult, starting with closing the post office. Any thoughts about that? How do we get, we only have a few months before this really pivotal election. How do we make sure that people have the education and the resources to actually vote?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to utilize the tools that we have, right? Social media and the digital footprint is an amazing tool for spreading information quickly and effectively. So I think I'm sure folks are working on this, but targeted campaigns around mail-in voting feel really essential. And then, the bigger, more long-term work around civic engagement and the importance of voting and sharing with young people that you said to me once, John, and I have never forgotten, and I think I was complaining about the younger generation, and you said, wow, yeah, who's raising these people? And so I think there's something really important also about reflecting on what does that trend mean for the experience and knowledge we've provided for this generation, and how we have alienated them around hope. And I think that there's a lot to talk about there, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. And Fred, coming to you, you're in a particularly unique position, Fred, in the sense that you're a community foundation. So you work with a lot of donor advised funds. You're in the middle of the tech center of the world. I've been, for the last couple of months, meeting with heads of tech. They're all saying they want to do something, they want to do more. And some of them actually have done more than they've done in the past, both not just putting up the sign Black Lives Matter, but making commitments, money and otherwise. How do you think about organizing this community as well as the grassroots community? And then also if you could speak to the relationship between how do we break the back of housing segregation that actually fuels education segregation. And we see the Trump administration is going backwards on that. They're trying to really use the fear of housing immigration to whip up racism in the suburbs.
All right. So you got about an hour, John?
Brad, I do all day, but I don't miss time.
I'll try to tackle those, but I do want to also kind of jump on the other question like Naila did and Rich did and Otis too, about kind of how we move from moment to transformative change. And there are 4 things that I would submit, and I think they are applicable to the other questions that you asked. I think that this is a moment, and I love all the announcements that are coming out around, as others said, kind of the support for Black lives, the statements that are coming from corporations, and the support for, in particular, organizations that are led by Black people and people of color. And I think that that's really important. But we also have to support Black power building and movement building as well. And I think that that's distinct from supporting Black-led organizations. It's an addition to. I think the second point, though, is that we can't let that kind of centering, as you suggested, of anti-Black racism, and I would also submit anti-Indigenous, turn into a conversation about the oppression Olympics, or a place where we are thinking that one community's gain has to be another community's setback. And as you know, I grew up in Oakland, which means that I'm kind of really a child of watching the Black Panther Party and Black Power in that context. And I think that there are some important lessons there around how you can center building Black power, but do that, which brings me to my second point, in a way that is inclusive and intersectional, so that people understand, particularly non-Black people of color and poor whites understand that much of what they're experiencing is impacted by and a result of this country's original sin around slavery and the looting of indigenous land. And that it's not either or, my problem is worse than your problem, but they're connected. And I think that that's very important. Third is, I think that philanthropy has to enter into a different relationship with those who are building Black power and supporting movements this time around. Our proximity to the money and therefore the power does not mean that we need to sit at the head of the table, nor does it mean that we need to be softening or undermining the boldness of the agendas that have been developed for years and sometimes decades. And then the other thing is, I think we have to interrogate this concept around allyship. And what I mean by that is I appreciate allyship, but there's a part of it that suggests that you're helping me with my problem. And racism in America and anti-Black racism in America is all of our problems. And we need the language that takes that into account. Taking all that, I think thinking about donor advised funds and how we organize those with wealth around these issues, I think that we need them to be holding these kinds of 4 principles that I talked about. The need to support power building, the need to do it in an intersectional way, the need to be in a different relationship, and the need to interrogate allyship. And so I think that that forces us to be in a different kind of conversation with wealth and with the corporate sector. And we got to get beyond the statements and even the financial support that is being put on the table. Corporations, if they're serious, need to be looking, their boardrooms need to be looking different, their C-suites need to be looking different, the diversity of their staff need to be looking different, and the support for those diverse staff needs to be looking different and be more aggressive as well. Folks shouldn't have to check who they are and put their emotions around the current moment aside to show up to work. That needs to be an important part of being whole. So I think that that's important. And the last thing around housing, I can't describe to you how disgusting it is for me to see the rolling back of affirmatively furthering fair housing and the tweets that aren't even dog whistled anymore, coming from the president saying that we're protecting your suburb by not allowing fair housing. We have got to do better than this. We've got to hold folks accountable to something different. And it's not just a federal problem, it's a local problem. As you know, John, we use local land use and zoning to exclude poor people and people of color from communities that are the very communities that have access to opportunity on a daily basis. Sometimes we do it overtly. A lot of times we're doing it in a dog's whistle kind of way, but it's not just a federal problem. It's a very localized problem. And all you have to do is go to a planning commission meeting or a city council meeting in your community, and you will see it almost every day when somebody's looking for an approval for a project that suggests that Black people, brown people, people of color, or poor people might be living in those buildings.
So thank all of you. We have about 8 minutes left. So I'm gonna ask you one last question and give you a chance to make closing comments. And I'm gonna try to pick up some of the questions that are being forwarded to me through the chat room. And one I want to start with, Rich, maybe with you, or maybe actually let's reverse it. Let's come back to Rich, because we are aware, Rich, you talked about the need to address racism in the labor movement. What we haven't talked about as much is how much anti-union and anti-worker sentiment is built into our society. Maybe Fred, I'll start with you, because again, I've been working with tech companies here in the Bay Area, and they've been doing some interesting work, and for them, maybe even great work. But we all know that many of them are vehemently anti-union. And so they do stuff in terms of power building. The union has been the most effective way for workers to build power. So how do we actually, and then the also tie-in question is, what concrete can we do to sort of build this bridge and make this moment into a long-term transitional change? So those two questions for you, for the anti-union movement that's baked into many of the people with high wealth, even when they're liberal, and how do we build something concrete going forward?
Yeah, you have struck a nerve with me, John, about the Bay Area, which is, you know, we like to consider ourselves like a dark blue region in a blue state, and associate ourselves with progressive thought and liberalism. But when it comes to issues having to do with people of color, when it comes to issues having to do with class and poverty, we are consistently producing poor outcomes and not living up to who we like to think we are. I always talk about the fact that in the Bay Area, what we are up against is the fact that our perception of ourselves is out of line with reality. And this point that you make around unions is a very important part of that piece. And so I think part of, again, being intersectional, understanding that some of these issues that we're trying to deal with, John, are rooted in race and racism, but some of them are also rooted in poverty and classism is an important part of the analysis. And there's instances where they are unique and distinct in nature, but most of the time they travel together. And the key to building bridges, I think, across these two areas is understanding that they do travel together, and what people are experiencing economically has to do a lot to do with race, and what people are experiencing from race has to do with an analysis around labor. And so I think that that's really important, and I think it's important for us to continue to keep that on the table. The other thing, though, and I'm glad Rich talked about this, is that part of what is required is for labor sometimes to understand its contribution to the injustices around race, particularly in the Bay Area around this stuff. I mean, there are many places where you can go to Black and brown communities, and they have felt historically excluded from the opportunity associated with being a part of the labor union, especially on the building trade side from time to time. And so there's a need for all of us to, again, be comfortable with uncomfortable conversations that we need to have in order to get to transformative solidarity.
Thank you. So Otis, I'm gonna come to you, and then Rich and Naila, you're gonna be back in cleanup. And we only have 3 minutes left. So what concrete can we do moving forward? And what's the role of the foundations writ large, not just Rockefeller, but what concrete can we do in this moment is crying for something different, crying for transformation. Again, President Obama listed out several things. Let's get rid of the filibuster. Let's have a true Voting Rights Act. Let's honor John Lewis. So what can we do both long term, but we do have a very important 3 months ahead of us as well.
So 3 things, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. One is, I think it's around funding, and the funding going towards Black-led organizations and community-based organizations that are serving Black and Brown populations. So I think all foundations can and should be doing that, because that's also a shift. If you look, whether it's Rockefeller or any organization, any foundation, it's an interesting mix. And I think if we are serious about this anti-racist work and trying to reverse what has been done historically, our dollars need to reflect that. I think second is really around changing in our grant agreements, in terms of changing the relationship between the grantee and the funder. And I was once told that, there really there's 2 functions in life: to teach and to learn. And if we approach our grant making with that perspective, that there is something that we can teach, there's something we can learn, and that there's and our funder and our grantees have that same attitude, and we develop and put that into the grant agreement, so that we're not just looking for the impact statement or the KPIs related to the impact, but also where is the give and take, so that there's true partnerships. Foundations are always talking about these are our partners, our grantees are our partners, but the real deal is that often is not the case. There is a power dynamic where we're writing the check, you will do as we kind of tell you to do, kind of foolishness. And we need to change that if we're serious about long-term change. And then third is the walk and the journey that I talked about that we are beginning to go on at the Rockefeller Foundation, that I would really advocate, not just for other foundations, but I would say for the AFL-CIO, for corporations, for everyone, to actually start to do that deep work. It's not one training. I remember the foolishness that occurred when all of a sudden we realized, oh, we're going to do the sexual harassment training. And there was one training, and then all of a sudden people were faking as if they changed the behavior. They didn't change the behavior. They still were not treating women as if they were equals, right? But there was a law, there was a rule, so they had to do this one training, and then they moved on. I would say that if we're serious about this work, go on that long journey. Not just one training, but commit to at least do it for a year. So internally, we're doing that ongoing training, but then we're also auditing all our policies, our procedures, our grant making, our investments, our procurement. If you're serious about this work, those 3 things I would say that you need to do. And that last one is probably the most important. And it can't just be foundations that do that, but corporations, labor unions, churches, all of us, we need to do that work and not just put up a Black Lives Matter sign.
Thank you. Rich? You're muted.
For years, we've been told that we can't change the economic outcomes because it's the market. The market decides all this stuff. Well, the market's nothing but a set of rules. Those rules are made by the men and women that we elect, and those rules decide the winners and the losers. So the first thing we can do is actually start looking at the women and men that we elect and make them commit to changing the rules, to ending racism, to having a better economic system that gives everybody a chance. That's the first thing you can do. Second thing I think we can do is a deep self-evaluation, where we look at ourselves and we continually try to get better. And we honestly look at what we're doing wrong and don't run away from it. Don't look like it's a weakness to say I did something wrong. Look at it as a great strength. The third thing is the rules that govern the workers in this country. Right now were made in 1947, and they cut down the power of working people. And then in 1959, they increased that cut down of power. There was another act that took away more power from workers. So right now there's a great imbalance between workers and employers that needs to be rebalanced. The best way to do that is to pass the PRO Act. It's an act that is in front of Congress right now. It has passed the House of Representatives. It is sitting in the graveyard of the Senate with Mitch McConnell. We will get it passed. It will change the rules, and it will allow working people to get a better share of the wealth that they produce. And remember, union women don't get 78% of what union men do. They get the same exact thing. Blacks, whites, browns, reds, everybody gets paid the same rate under a union contract. And those instances where people were froze out, you talked about the trades, Fred. The trades are really working hard to change that. And we're going back and doing remedial training so that those people, our friends, our brothers and sisters in the community that couldn't pass an entrance test will be able to pass an entrance test and get into our programs, our apprenticeships, and have a real career and a real future. We're working very, very hard at that.
So Naila, we're at time. We want to give you a chance to make a brief comment, and then I'll close. So, and I'm going to tackle on something Fred talked about building power. And it's clear to me that one of the ways we build power is through coalitions, is through bridging. And I worry a little bit that even as we sort of appropriately focus on communities of color, that we don't leave out poor whites, that we actually make this a larger movement, and that it really is, as Fred suggested, racism is about America. It's not just about Black America, it's about all America. So anyway, so if you could comment on that in your closing comments.
Yeah, I would just quickly say that, to my mind, I think what we all have to understand is that racial inequality and social inequality harms all of us, even the people who purport to be at the top. Because if our systems are weak, we are not developing the infrastructure, the informed citizenry, the workers of the future, the innovators of the future. All of that is suffering. And so I think this is very much, as folks have commented, about changing mindsets and also about changing systems.
Thank you. Well, it's been a delight to be this hour and 15 minutes went by really fast. It speaks to the great minds and the great people on this call. So again, I want to turn it back to Myron and Paul. We talked a little bit, Fred, about the affirmatively furthering fair housing. I think you know Myron and I had a substantial hand in getting that rule passed in the first place. So we're particularly sorry to see it's being attacked so viciously by the Trump administration. So Myron, I will turn it back to you.
Yes, I thank you very much, John, for a wonderful panel. Is Derek Johnson ready? Is he here on the?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, it's my honor to introduce you. I just want to make sure you're here before I introduce you. Well, it's a great honor to have Derek Johnson, the president and CEO of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. He's been at every one of our conferences, and we've been proud to have him. He's given some of the most fabulous speeches that we've had at our conferences that have inspired people to action. We've had a fabulous conference here. We've had a congressman, we've had philanthropic leaders, we've had labor leaders. Rich Trumka is here, the head of the largest and most important labor union in the United States. And people are seeking to rebuild the alliance between civil rights organizations and labor. And we talked to Representative Bobby Scott this morning, and he said that he would work with us on working for a substantial civil rights restoration act that would strengthen civil rights and labor rights together, combine things like the PRO Act and efforts to overturn Shelby County versus Holder and increase the ability to have integrated schools in the country and support President Obama's fair housing initiative. So we have quite a good challenge from some important people. Representative Clyburn, as you know, gave us the challenge the last time we were here together. And so we're wondering if you think that labor and civil rights can work together, whether it would be important to work with Representative Scott and Representative Clyburn and other people in the Congress and other people to advance policies to deal with the structures. Is it time to think about a Civil Rights Restoration Act and an ability to think about how we make this country and renew this country's effort to support equality and justice, both in the labor sector and in the civil rights sector? They're really one and the same. So we're honored that you're here. We thank you for all of your leadership in a terribly tough time. We want to seek your counsel and your advice about how we can work to support you and support the efforts of the labor movement and others, and think about policy issues that we can champion together. We want to work together with you and others to create a better and more just America. So thank you for coming, President Johnson. We're honored by your presence. We've always been honored by your presence. And I give you the floor.
Thank you, Myron. Thank you, Gary, for once again putting on this conference. I hate I missed the last panel because anytime John Powell is doing something, it kind of quiets the room in awe because it's always such a good presentation. We are in a unique juncture, a juncture where in my lifetime I have never seen before. What I'm looking at is this new reality of how we move from protests in the streets to power at the ballot box to public policy change. And I say that because in this moment, you look across the country over the last 4 weeks, you see peaceful protests, and the individuals who make up the crowd truly look like America. You have Black and you have white, you have young, old, male, female, varying backgrounds, all chanting the same chant, the factual statement that Black lives matter. And it's an important statement. It's a statement of fact. It's not simple. It's not a simple hashtag. It's not an organization alone. It is a statement of fact, a fact that this nation has not truly come to grip with, that our lives matter, that Black lives matter. And the coming to terms with that statement of fact must be born out of public policy changes that are so necessary. But it's a juncture where people are in the streets raising their voices, and corporate America finally acknowledged that structural and systemic racism exists during the time that allow us to truly take this moment and move forward if we continue the momentum, or take this moment as a flash in time and go back to business as usual. It is the work of the NAACP, and I'm sure many of you on this Zoom, to work in a way in which we can move people from protests to power at the ballot box, and from power at the ballot box to public policy change to address systemic and structural racism that has plagued this nation for decades, and in fact, centuries. For the NAACP, I have committed myself since 1990 to use this organization as my vehicle for voice. And as we all make the choice of how we want to amplify our voice, whether we use it as individuals or whether we use it through organizational existing organizations, we all have a challenge to make sure we move into the future. Now, with that said, it's not going to be easy between now and November. It's not going to be easy on election day in November to make sure the will of the people is truly heard, because we have a looming presence in the White House who simply may not accept the outcome. But we must prepare for the opportunity of making this nation what the founding fathers proclaimed it to be, to make this nation a more perfect union, to make this nation something that many thought would never happen. But it is our job to make what people think is impossible possible. That cannot be done if we allow the existing structures and systems to continue to perpetuate the level of structural neglect for African Americans, and for that matter, all communities. You know, as you framed out, Myron, the concept of how labor and civil rights work together, for African Americans, civil rights is about labor, and labor is about civil rights. You understand the journey we've had in this country, our ability to collectively bargain or to individually bargain for our labor is at the center of the struggle for human dignity for African Americans. We were brought here to be exploited for free labor. We picked up arms and reinforced the Union Army to defeat a treasonous Confederate army so that we can have the ability to not be exploited for our labor. We began to make progress only to be halted during a period called redemption because there were those who sought to put us back into a position of exploitation for our labor, albeit cheap, but it was still exploitation. Much of the fights that we have carried on have stood on a three-legged stool with many derivatives that come out of that. One, our ability to be fully recognized as a citizen and fully participate with our franchise so we can impact the formation of public policy to meet the needs and interests of our communities. Two, to ensure that our young people can have access to quality education equal to anyone else in this country so that they can build a society that best reflects who we are. And the age-old debate between Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, our ability to become critical thinkers and add to society. And then thirdly, that we can eke out a living from our labor. There is no separation between the two from the eyes of African Americans who understand this historic trajectory of how we got here, the journey it has taken us to be in this moment, and the fight that has been ongoing. Moving from protest to power should allow us the ability to leverage our collective currency called the vote so that we can put in office individuals who reflect the needs and interests of our communities. So the value proposition of that factual statement that Black Lives Matter can be carried forward when those policymakers who are so elected begin to deliberate around public policy that's different than what we look at right now. I was on a news station recently and the question came up, well, what is structural racism? What do you mean by that? What is systemic racism? What do you mean by that? And I gave a few examples. And one of the examples I always like to share is that most of you on here, because you're experts, know the story of how one of the most profound pieces of legislation was adopted into public policy to create the Social Security program. But Southern legislators decided that they wanted an exemption in the law in order to get their vote. And that exemption was to not qualify individuals who were domestic or agricultural workers. And during the time this was a part of the conversation and ultimately the legislation that was adopted, 80% of African Americans worked in the areas of domestic or agricultural labor. Therefore, locking us out for a couple of generations from being able to benefit from that most profound social safety net, therefore creating an additional burden on families financially that we are still working to get from under. On top of that, the number one wealth driver in this country was through the FHA loan program, allowing people to qualify for home mortgages at rates that we had not seen, growing a middle class that many people had not realized was possible up until that point. And in that legislation, it allowed for local bankers and developers to determine who would qualify for home mortgages and who wouldn't. Locking us out from the ability to acquire wealth and build the communities that would be sustaining over time. And when you overlay that with the resistance to comply with that Supreme Court order we call Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, and the mandate to move at all deliberate speed, deliberate slow, speed fast, and what do you get when you put those two words together? You get a mess. And that is what has happened with our education system, because it took all the way up through the 1970s before districts were being forced by courts across the country to finally comply with the Supreme Court mandate. But about the time they began to comply, we began to see suburban communities using FHA loans get established with restrictive covenants so Blacks could not move in if they had the resources, or they were locked out from qualifying for mortgages if they wanted to move in, thus creating enclaves and separate school districts, levying funded by property tax that were elevated, while the communities that we were forced to live in, the value of the homes were cut. The taxation that was levied against those properties to fund the schools was undermined, and the quality of education that was delivered was based on one zip code, creating a structure that we are still addressing today. I'm a native of Detroit, Michigan, and there's a street called Tireman, and if you cross the street, you go from the city of Detroit to Dearborn, Michigan. If you cross the street, even today, the cost of home insurance, the cost of car insurance double by just crossing the street from Dearborn to Detroit. A level of redlining that has created a predatory scheme that have locked many African Americans out of enjoying in the prosperity of this nation. Moving from protest to power at the ballot box to public policy should be the number one thing we all begin to focus on. How do we reverse all of these injuries that have been imposed upon the African American community? But most importantly, if we address it for African American, we can address it for society as a whole. That it is great to protest in the street, but if it's not based on public policy change that can be enforced, it is noise in the street and a lot of energy that should have been used elsewhere. It is great to turn out to vote in high numbers, and we must do that now, not only for the federal elections, but for state and local elections. And Lord knows we need more accountable district attorneys across the country to hold law enforcement agencies who decide to aggressively police in some communities and protect and serve other communities, that standard that can no longer be tolerated by anyone in society. Moving from protest to power to public policy would allow us to live up to the true creed that was embedded in our Constitution, that all men and women were created equal and endowed with certain inalienable rights. Here is our opportunity. It is important for this convening and all of the experts that participate, ensure that we have the policy chops. So when those policymakers take office, those policymakers being individuals who were elected because of the values of that factual statement that's in the street today, will go to the polls and actually put in place individuals who will be accountable to a value proposition, that equal protection under the law should be afforded to everyone, that discrimination should not be tolerated, that access to opportunity should be unfeathered, that the health of this society should be based on how well we treat our elders, whether it's the Social Security program or access to quality health care, that the opportunity for our young people should be as bright and open for all children, because there's a level of quality that's being provided. And we stop trying to outsource the delivery of public education, that we actually make public education the resource it should be, and that we protect the rights of those who are disadvantaged. That's the opportunity we have today. That's the opportunity that we must seize upon in this moment, where these three intersecting factors are coming together. Peaceful protests in the streets with individuals that look like America. Corporate acknowledgement that structural racism exists, but more importantly, it is now bad for business. And a November election cycle that we must move from the streets to the polling place, and from the polling place, once successful, to hold accountable individuals who was elected because of that value proposition, and enact public policy to address the structural injury that prior public policy has created for far too many people in this country. Thank you once again for this opportunity to come before I hope my closing remarks is consistent with what was stated early, but I am very clear. We will only be successful with all of us, and we will be defeated if we don't stand together in this moment. Thank you very much, and I look forward to next year where we can be together in person.
Thank you, President Johnson. Thank you for leading the charge for us as the next generation of the NAACP, as you know, but also the many civil rights advocates around the country. I first echo Professor Orfield's comments to you earlier that we are honored to have you close out our 2 days of the 3rd annual and first virtual Summit for Civil Rights. Thank you to everyone who joined us over the last 2 days. Thank you to our preeminent panelists, distinguished moderators, and the hardest working Summit Planning Committee, both on screen and behind the scenes. The panels were informative, and we have all been galvanized to act. The summit has been about sharing the torch as we live in these unprecedented times. The summit also inspires us to build multiracial power to fight segregation and build a just society with inclusive opportunity. We run a 4-day training institute that helps us build our individual and collective power to lead this fight. Established and emerging leaders who have participated in previous institutes report that they have been invaluable. Offered Thursday through Sunday, the institutes are unique in both teaching organizing skills and habits and deepening our understanding of racism and economic inequality and how to build multiracial power to fight them. If you want more information, please continue to follow our updates on the summitforcivilrights.org and buildingoneamerica.org. That's building one and O-N-E America.org. And 2 training institutes will be held soon at Cleveland State University and Stockton University. So next I will turn this over to Professor Orfield, and next to preacher, teacher, and leader, Reverend Dr. Timothy T. Faddy, for final remarks. Professor.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to especially thank Derek Johnson and Richard Trumka. I wonder if they're still here, if they've left the conference.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, and is Mr. Trumka still here too? Maybe we've lost him. Well, I just wanted to thank you both. Both of you gave powerful, wonderful speeches, and I wish that you could have been here on the same panel. And we'd like to ask if we can work with you and support your efforts and seek your advice as we're thinking about how to move forward on policy issues to support labor and civil rights. We hope you can stay our partner, and we're very grateful for your coming here.
Well, for me, I do whatever Professor John Britton tells me to do, so I'm sure the answer is yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again for being here, and thank you everyone for being here, for all the powerful speeches, and I'll turn it over. Go ahead. I think Ted is going to do the closing. Is that right? Ted, are you here?
I am. I had been muted and blacked out, so I needed to reverse that. Let me say how wonderful a couple of days this has been. And although we've said it many times now, the fact that this has coincided with our nation's farewell to the great John Lewis, and keeping in mind that we recently lost one of the other great civil rights advocates. Actually, we've lost a couple of them recently. So this is an extraordinary time. And it's an extraordinary time because even as we've been here, we've seen by tweet threats to the election in November. We've seen that this madness that we're in, this war we're in right now, it keeps spinning. the COVID-19, the White House, et cetera. But this is a wonderful gathering that we've had. I want to thank, on behalf of those of us who have put this together, the committee that worked to make sure this all happened. The committee names are up there, I think, now, and I'm not going to read them all. I think you all can read through them, but every one of these individuals gave of their time and energy because they're committed to the cause of civil rights, labor rights, justice. And so we want to say thank you for all of that. We also want to thank the sponsors. I think we have the sponsors listed here also. I want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody out, but I think all the sponsors are listed here. Is the International Brotherhood of Teamsters listed on that that slide that was up?
Yep, they made it.
Yes, I see. Okay. And so, again, grateful to all of these individuals, but more than anything else, we're grateful to you, those of you who have tuned in to this this gathering and been patient with us because of the technology glitches. You've been understanding, but we are grateful for your participation. I think we had about 500 people register. That's a significant number. And we thank all of the people who served on panels, who spoke. I want to say a special thank you to Paul Scully. And everybody, I think, knows, even if his face has not been prominent, there he is. Want to thank him for his role in making sure that this happened. And I can't say enough about him. And my co-chair, Yolanda Melville. I want to thank her. I think it's very evident that we've had a lot of I started to say tomorrow's leaders, but they're today's leaders. I'm talking about leaders from a generation that is taking the baton, but also working with some of us old heads who are still out here. And so it's one of the things I feel best about as we've gathered. So we don't know where we're going to be a year from now. We know where we hope we're going to be, and we know, I think, what we have to do to make sure that we get there. But I am assuming that we will all be together again, and we can hope that we'll be together again physically. If not, we'll be together virtually again, but we look forward to being together with you, and we hope the circumstances are that we can advance working with some of the others who were here, Derek Johnson, and I think Mr. Trumka has left by now, but all of the other people who are here. We hope we can all work together next year and advance our agenda. So once again, thank you. If any of my colleagues, can clean up anything that I've left unattended, now's the time, because if not, we're going to say thank you. And
I'm just going to say Mr. Trump is still there, smiling and watching you. And
oh,
waving.
he is. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't see him, but I'll take your word for it. And that's good news. And so let us
Nice,
go
the big
forward.
shots that stay through the end,
Yeah.
like you.
All right. Well, so let us go forth and struggle.
Yes. Amen.
All right. With that, be safe. We hope you all stay out of the way of this thing and have a safe commute home. Oh, wait.
Dr. T.
Home.
So Reverend,
Benediction.
Benedict.
We need, that's right. We need to be prayed out. Yolanda, you want to introduce our prayer warrior?
absolutely. And thank you again for allowing me to serve as your co-chair over the last 2 days. I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you, Professor Shaw. So thank you. Without further ado, Reverend Timothy T. Body will lead us in our final remarks and pray us out.
Thank you so very much. I want to add my voice to those who have already shared. Thanks for the wonderful, let me go ahead and start this video. I want to add my voice to those of you who have already shared, and what an informative, inspiring, and empowering conference. And even though we have not been together physically, it has been a powerful, powerful, and marvelous experience. I greet you as an independent consultant with one of our partner organizations, Sojourners. I'm the consultant for church engagement with Sojourners. So as we close out, I would ask that each of you virtually hold hands and let us go to God in prayer. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever on the path, we pray. Keep us forever on the path, we pray, O God of peace. In the name of C.T. Vivian, keep us on the path of peace. In the name of Fannie Lou Hamer, keep us on the path of justice. In the name of Joseph Lowry, keep us on the path of nonviolence. In the name of Shirley Chisholm, keep us on the path of righteousness. In the name of Ella Baker, keep us on the path of freedom. In the name of Martin Luther King Jr., keep us on the path of love. And yes, God, in the name of John Robert Lewis, keep us on the path of good trouble. Good trouble for civil rights, good trouble for workers' rights, good trouble for children's rights, good trouble for women's rights, good trouble for racial rights, and good trouble, yes, for human rights. Lest our feet, O God, stray from the places where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God and true to our native land. This is our prayer. In the strong and mighty name of the righteous judge, the one true God known by many names, I pray this prayer in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Liberator. Let the people of God say in one glad voice, virtually over Zoom, amen, amen, and amen.
Amen. And thank you, John Britton. Okay, I think, Paul, you have anything before can we disconnect? Are we done? Or am I-
Did they announce you announced the training, right? We're done. Yeah,
We did.
we're done.
Visit us
Great
at
job, everybody.
summitforrights.org or buildingoneamerica.org. Everyone have a great afternoon.
BuildingOneAmerica.org or BuildingOneAmerica.org or SummitForCivilRights.org. We'll be in touch with everybody.
That's right.
All right, great.
Stay
Enjoy your-
first.